like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in into the fire and born again. Taste the pain and drink it in.
보드를 한번 들어보시겠어요? LCK 컵을 앞두고 저희가 몇 가지 퀴즈를 준비해봤습니다. 선수분들이 누구보다 잘 알고 계실 LCK 선수들에 관련한 문제인데요. LCK 선수들 7분이 계십니다.
출신 연도를 맞추는 건가요?
LCK 데뷔 년도죠?
LCK 기준입니다.
무조건 우리 상혁이 형 먼저. 선수들 사이에서 상혁이 형이 무조건 먼저고.
네, 이때 사진은 좀 어떻게 마음에 드시나요?
옛날 생각이 납니다.
2013년 니달리 하신 그게 데뷔 아닌가요?
이름이랑 좀 많이 비슷해 보이시나요?
토끼가 많이 들어있는 것 같습니다.
일단 여기까지 맞출 수 있을 것 같아요.
여기 남은 선수들 중에 제가 데뷔를 더 빨리 했을 것 같고
그다음은 솔직히 이제 다 신인 선수라서 잘 모르겠습니다. 여기 있는 선수들 다 신인 선수라서
이제 3명 중에 쇼메이커, 그다음 나. 후기 선수인데
유카엘 선수가 먼저 데뷔를 했었던 걸로 기억을 하고
초비 선수.
얘가 좀
얘만 맞추면 되는데 18년도 서머엔 있었는데 스프링 때 있었습니까 이 친구?
유칼 선수. 유칼 선수랑 이제 아마추어 때 친했었는데 KT에서 잘 돼 있어가지고 기뻤던 기억이 있습니다. 이거 말해도 될지 모르겠는데 사실 KT 팬이었습니다. 친한 선수가 팀 들어간 게 처음이어가지고 잠깐 KT를 응원했던 기억이 있습니다. 그래서 되게 많은 도움을 받았던 기억이 있습니다. 저도 아마추어 때.
초비 선수 이제 지훈이가 저랑 같이 LCK 들어갔으니까 같거나 얘가 더 빨리 했을 것 같아요.
저의 이 LCK 미드 데뷔전 상대가 조비 선수이긴 하거든요. 아마 그리핀이 1군에 먼저 올라왔던 걸로 알고 있어서 조비 선수 다음에
제가 19 스프링.
모건 선수는 중국이 좀 오래 있었어가지고 LCK 데뷔를 한화에서 하셨던 걸로 기억하거든요.
그다음에 모건 선수, 그다음에 이제 지우 선수. 이렇게 순서인 것 같아요. 제가 생각했을 때.
이렇게 붙여주셨는데요. 좀 고민되는 부분이 있었나요?
저는 이제 마지막인 거 당연히 알고 있고 사실 처음 2명 빼고 다 고민됐습니다.
이렇게 최종 제출하시나요?
사실 바꿔도 이제 모르기 때문에 이대로 내겠습니다.
정답을 틀리셨네요. 맞춰주셨습니다.
오.
정답입니다.
아 정말 맞아요? 아 다행이다. 감사합니다. LCK를 좀 좋아하는 사람들이라면 분명히 풀 수 있는 문제다.
무조건 100% 확신합니다.
오답입니다.
진짜요? 진짜로?
많이 틀리셨거든요. 오답입니다.
오답이라고요? 이게 이게요? 틀리면 이 둘밖에 없는 것 같은데.
네, 맞습니다. 그 둘이 틀렸네요.
아.
소비 선수랑 쇼메이커 위치가 바뀌었어요.
지훈이 형한테 사과 영상.
지훈이 형 미안하다. 미안하다.
뭐 제가 그 당시에 같은 팀을 했던 건 아니었기 때문에 뭐 딱히 뭐 그런 건 없습니다.
난이도 올린 밴드를 한번
나이도 더 올리나요?
이번에도 7명의 선수가 준비가 되었는데요.
네.
이 선수분들은 전부 다 LCK에서 펜타키를 달성한 적이 있는 선수들입니다. 펜타키를 기록한 순서대로 붙여주시면 되는 문제예요.
아 이것도 어렵네.
일단 전부 다 아는 선수인지 물어보고 싶어요.
다 알진 못하고
누구를 모르겠어요.
이 선수분?
로코도폰이 맞나요? 또 흠나컷 머리카락 이야기 흠나같이 돼 있어서
로코도코 선수가 먼저일 것 같고요. 너무 옛날 사람이라 가지고.
그다음에 종인이 형으로 할 것 같고 그다음에 상혁이 형.
네 번째가 이제 여기 계신 익수님.
익수 선수는 제가 기억납니다. 그때 아칼리 아무도 안 할 때 타바칼리로 펜타킬 하신 거 기억나고.
아칼리로 펜타킬한 게 기억에 남기 때문에 일단 뽑아보겠습니다. 순서는 잘 모르겠지만.
저희 눈치 너무 보지 마요.
어디가 제일 헷갈리세요?
이 사람이요.
대혁이 형 룰러 선수가
룰러 선수 기억나는 장면 있을까요?
펜타킬 못한 이즈리얼이
룰러 선수가 펜타키를 했다는 사실에 혹시 의심이 가시는 건 아니죠?
했었나요? 제가 좀 열심히 뺏으려고 했던 것 같은데
열심히 시청을 안 했다고 생각을 하고 열심히 시청했으면 좋겠습니다. 그다음이 저 표식 선수 다음이 불독 선수이지 않을까 싶습니다.
혹시 혹시 본인의 첫 펜타킬 기억하시나요?
아니요, 기억이 안 나요.
첫 쿼드라 킬이나 이런 것도 생각이 좀 나시나요?
첫 쿼드라 킬이
펜타킬은 기억을 못 하시다가 첫 쿼드라킬 하니까 갑자기
좀 충격이 컸어요. 어떻게 이걸 뺐지? 약간
Coming in for Ruler, make that a quadra kill. Everything but Brion. Can they hand it over to him? They're certainly trying to do so. One more hit. Nope. Scumbag helper. Welcome back to LCK.
저희 어머니가 주대 있게 살라고 하셨는데 왜 이렇게 흔들리는 걸까요? 얘들아 미안해.
정답입니다. 오답입니다. 오답입니다. 맞추셨습니다. 정답입니다.
몇 년 됐어요, 이 사람?
18년도에
18년도.
정답입니다.
아, 감사합니다. 또 제가 LCK 참 많이 봤거든요, 옛날부터.
정답입니다. 룰러 선수와 같은 팀 할 때 펜타킬 좀 챙겨주는 그런 분위기였나요?
쿼드라킬을 하고 펜타라고 외치면 아 이건 줘야지라는 생각이 드는데 한타 시작하기도 전에
맞아요. 뭐 1킬 먹을 때부터 펜타인데? 뭐 이러는 거예요. 미친 사람인 줄 알았어요.
앞으로 이제 같이 계속 할 텐데 어떻게 펜타를 계속 안 양보해 주실 생각이신가요?
무조건 뺏어야죠. 제가 한번 펜타를 하겠습니다.
수많은 헤이러들이 있지만 끝까지 가면은 먹을 수 있다고 생각을 해서 억가들로부터 열심히 제가 혼자서 잘 성장해서 잘 먹어보겠습니다.
You say you're not afraid to die, but take off the armor around your chest. What's left inside? Lying, licking your blade. Do you really believe if it washes away? Take a ride, rough as you can. Tell you a secret, right as your dogs are closing in. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin.
Welcome, everybody, to another day of the 2025 LCK Cup. We are here on the third day of this week, a lovely Friday afternoon. I am Valdez. With me is Ox today, and we're going to be getting into some really hype matches, starting off with Life Esports, who added Zeus to their top lane, and Gen G, who have added Ruler to their bot lane. Looking pretty fun.
Yeah, I think this is the matchup everyone's been waiting for. I'm talking about Nongshim against Bro, but that is later. First, we do have to get
That's going to be so hype.
Esports against Gen G. I mean, it will be pretty hype. I think those rosters are fun. But yeah, I mean, this is the repeat of the summer finals where HLE got the upset and managed to very narrowly beat out Gen G. So both teams have had roster changes, and this is our first opportunity to have a look at them.
Yeah, you know, generally we've had I believe we've had times where we've had like Gen G versus T1 fight off in the first week, and it's always really hype because generally those were the teams at the top and at the finals. But as you mentioned, it will be a rematch. These are the only two teams to not play so far. So after this first match, we will have our first kind of round robin matches finished. And we'll see where the lineups between Group Baron and Group Elder do sit. Currently, Group Elder in the lead. Even if they do lose today, they will still have the lead 3-2. As here is the new lineup of Life Esports. It's not that new, but the one thing that's new is really huge.
Yeah, I mean, to change only one player and still have it be the most significant change, I feel like, for the season is pretty massive. Zeus, a huge addition to Life Esports, and it just feels like every lane is now a powerhouse. Really formidable. And on the other side, a lot of Gen G on the top. The top side's been kept the same, but the change up in the bot lane, Ruler coming back from JDG in the LPL, and Juro coming from being KFRX, right?
Yeah.
Coming over. So Juro kind of feels similar to Delight, where when he came onto Gen G, you know, coming from a lower ranked team, I think the hype may be a little bit lower, but we've got to see what he can do. Paired with Ruler, that's a pretty formidable lane partner to have. So high expectations. I feel like any roster with Chovy on, there's always high expectations. But you add in Canyon, you add in Keen, you add in Ruler. Juro, you know, he had a pretty decent season. If he just, you know, continues playing and stepping it up, I think this roster will unsurprisingly be one of our top dogs.
Absolutely. I think that Gen G have a bit to prove, right? They weren't able to quite get it done at Worlds. They weren't able to quite get it done at the end of summer. This was kind of the team that everybody was looking for the golden road for. They made some changes, and they won blood this year. We'll see if they can pick it up, as they've got a huge opponent ahead of them tonight. Life Esports up against Gen G as they do the simultaneous walkout, a new cool feature of the 2025 LCK Cup. And we get our fist bumps here. See if anything funny happens. No, stock standard, very respectful. I'm ready to get into the games.
I'm hyped. This is going to be a good one. And I feel like HLE has a little bit more to prove with the fact that their group has been struggling. As you said, even if they win this, they'll still be 2-3, so got to represent. For those wondering, if their group does lose, they still can be in the tournament. Top 3 teams will have a chance to play to go further, but you definitely want to be the winning team, and the top 3 teams from the winning group will go straight through to the playoffs portion of the LCK Cup. So a lot on the line here, and HLE being the captain of their team, essentially, they were the ones who were first to pick. They were the leaders of their group. Definitely want to represent.
Yeah, you know, as you mentioned, you want to get wins for your team, and you want to get wins for yourself as a team. Here's Zeus, big focus on him from the side of production for a good reason. I think that Doran offered a lot of stability, especially domestically for the side of Life Esports. Whereas Zeus, he's kind of that X factor, you know, he can go hardcore, he can go very heavily into the carry-oriented picks, whereas Doran didn't really have that too much in his arsenal nowadays. Like, he was good, but he's not Zeus, so I think it's still a big upgrade here for Life Esports.
And I think people talked a bit about, okay, well, now you have 3 lanes, which could be potentially resource-intensive. Like, is this going to work? Is this going to be too many cooks in the kitchen? But I would say if you look at how Zeus was playing last year, particularly when it was that lane swap meta, he was actually doing a pretty fantastic job at playing the weak side, because, I mean, it was a very weak side when you're playing a lane swap meta for a top lane, and there's a lot of times he was outplaying dives, outplaying attempts when they were trying to stack on the weak side. So I think that Zeus has a lot of flexibility as a player. Yes, he can play those carries, but he can also play a more defensive style if the team needs. And you know, I'd agree with what you said. I think it is just an upgrade all around, but we'll see how it ends up being implemented and how HLE work with him. And then obviously Gen.G, you know, Ruler, I feel like it's going to fit in pretty easily considering, you know, Pays had a style of play that was somewhat similar to Ruler. He was there to kind of replace Ruler's role, and now they have the original back. The question for me really is Juro, how he fits in. And I do think he had, as I said, a decent split, but I think pretty high sort of expectations for being on Gen.G, and considering the 2 previous supports, with Delight and Lahen's, a lot to live up to.
Hoping for a pentakill here for Ruler. And there he is. It's just so great to have him back in Korea. Regardless of team, obviously it makes so much sense that he is back on Gen.G. This has been his team since the Samsung Galaxy days. I mean, he's right back where he belongs. I was very sad when we lost him. He did his little stint in LPL. Didn't quite work out as he had planned. And so he's back and looking to write a new story here. Atlas actually made a great point as well with him next to Duro, is that Ruler's great. He's very vocal. He can lead a lane. Duro can follow. Duro can listen. He is a very charismatic player in his own right, but I feel like he will listen to the right guy, and Ruler's the right guy.
Yeah, and you know, obviously Ruler had a lot of success with JDG, couldn't finish out the year that they had in 2023, denied by T1, as we remember.
Yeah.
But 2024, a little bit more unfortunate, didn't manage to make Worlds. They were 1 game away in the regional qualifiers in the LPL from making Worlds, so missed out there. Definitely a more disappointing year than 2023, even though they were so close to having it all for 2023. 2024 was a bit lower, so you know he's coming back to Korea. He said he wants to be on Gen.G if he's coming back to the LCK, and he wants to win.
Well, he'll be looking for potentially his first win here tonight. Gen.G getting side selection. They select the blue side, which has been the more winning side here at the LCK.
But basically ever.
It's just the way it is, right? League of Legends, blue side, those two go hand in hand. And we've had some fun drafts. If you guys haven't been paying too much attention, you know Hamalife or Gen.G are your favorite team. You're tuning in for the first time. It's totally fearless drafting here. The bans, they don't stick, but anything you play, it gets banned for the rest of the series. So we've had 20 champs banned for every series so far because every series has gone to Game 3.
And you know, I feel like that first ban, the Yone, is like the easiest ban against HLE ever because both Zeka and Zeus are so good at this. We've seen the tanks targeted from Gen.G. Keen was even willing to play Cassante in a for fun match, which just shows how dedicated he is to the pick. Varus and Vi make a lot of sense. Those are 2 of our highest ban percentage champions. And the thing with the hard fearless is your bans don't need to flex as much because the things they've just played aren't allowed to be picked anymore. So these power picks we see banned here, we'll likely see those bans sort of carry through the series. Ashe still open and available, Callisto still open and available. That will be banned away. So they do have the option to lean towards something like the Ashe. There's still things like the Ambessa, the Rumble, some of the picks that we've seen first. Aurora as well, also a decent pick for Gen.G as they are willing to flex it. We'll see what they have to go for as his first pick.
Yeah, I think the Aurora is a good shout, but you see that Ruler's talking a lot, and with the Ashe available, and a lot of different choices that you can pair with the Ashe, not just in the lane, but also with Sejuani still available. It does feel like a very nice first pick.
You get a TFT Freljord comp, you
exactly.
know, get that going.
You get Trundle in there, he's very popular. No, he's not. But he was in the cinematic, getting killed by Darius, but he was there.
Yeah, present. Does make me wonder if HLE want to prioritize, like we've seen the Ambessa be pretty effective. They are looking towards the Corki though. Seen a decent amount of the Corki in the bot lane. Definitely still playable mid, and definitely something that Zeka was comfortable on when it moved to that AD Corki. Had some mishaps when it was the AP poke Corki. We don't talk about that anymore.
Yeah.
See where HLE opt to go. And looking towards the Nidalee, we have seen the Corki Nidalee as a duo in the mid jungle doesn't inspire a huge amount of joy, so you definitely want to set up elsewhere. Zyra though, we've seen that have some pretty good success, especially if the team does try to play more dive oriented. You can deal with that quite effectively, but can be vulnerable to things like an Ashe. Like if you remember way back in the day when we had like the MF support Ashe AD carry, it was specifically because the Ashe ulted the Zyra and then the MF ulted. So you know, a little bit different if you had the Nidalee here, but you can Ashe ult into Spear and just kind of delete the Zyra from a distance. Looks like Canyon might be going towards that Nidalee, will lock it in. Definitely a comfort pick for him.
Yeah, and we saw yesterday, game 1, DK versus T1. DK pulled out this very juicy poke comp. They win Nidalee, they win Jace, they win Ezreal. No Ezreal in this game, obviously, with the Ashe. But it's kind of interesting to see Nidalee kind of rise the ranks here in the jungle. And Sejuani kind of get totally ignored so far.
Yeah, I really like Leona into Zyra specifically, because if you play something like Alistar or Rel, you have to get into melee range of the Zyra, but you can just throw your ult out from a distance. I think that longer range, less committal engage is good, because you can just kill the Zyra before you actually have to get up close and into the potential ult. Seen some options being hovered here for the side of HT. Gonna go for the Caitlyn in this situation, so wanting to kind of match that range that the Ashe has. But obviously, you know, we did have a Caitlyn game where it didn't really come together too well. Want to find momentum on that champ, I feel like, more than anything.
Yeah, especially because, you know, with lane swaps and everything, it just feels like you're not really getting a lot of the laning power that the pick has. It's obviously, it's still got its own bits of power, but I haven't been too impressed by it so far, let's say. The Jace is going to come out as a ban. You know, they saw it yesterday. Jace and Nidalee, just a lot of poke damage. That was more of a beatdown, so you didn't even really get to see the poke comp really get fleshed out too much, but...
Yeah, there's also, I mean, there's a tank Jace. We've also seen, like, the bruiser Jace. With, like, the Black Cleaver, Sphere Sojourn, who's having, like, 1 million health, and you get the free resistances from the Hammer form. You see the Rel band away from Delight, which I think makes a lot of sense for him as a player. Definitely a pick he's been very comfortable on. Could even see like the Alistar band away, pretty good into Leona and something. I mean, obviously, you know, we often see Caitlyn paired with range supports, but generally Delight does lean more towards the melees, and the Azir will be denied from Chovy here. So BDD had a pretty fantastic game on that just the other day.
Yeah, I mean, Chovy's Azir, also very deadly. I think it's a pretty interesting spot to ban it. I don't know if you're really wanting to go for Azir Nidalee. Also, you know, there's not a lot of dive to try to get on the Ashe for the Azir to protect her from that kind of dive. So, kind of an interesting one, maybe just a target against Chovy, as the Mbessa has been left up throughout this entire ban phase.
Yep, and especially with K'Sante taking off the cards, so King doesn't have that to answer. We'll see what he does opt to go for into that Mbessa. Really strong. We've seen pretty much a monster in team fights, and particularly when you've just picked up Zeus for your roster, you're feeling good about getting him a pick like Mbessa, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it's a good pickup, but it does mean that Keen with the counter pick here, looking at Renekton.
I mean, this comp feels super centered around setup for the Nidalee. I mean, if you're going to play a Nidalee, this is the sort of composition you want to have, where like you have multiple lanes that can set up the spears to land comfortably. The question is, what are you going to take mid lane? I think it makes a decent amount of sense. Like, you have that CC already, you have that setup. Like, the mid jungle strength isn't really there, but you're assuming you're playing into, I mean, you're playing into a Corki, so you're not that worried about it. And it does mean once you start connecting with that longer range CC, like if you land an Ashe Arrow, the Hui can easily follow up. You have that bit of extra poke, so I think it makes sense for what Genji has drafted, but this game is very much going to be about Canyon. It's kind of feast or famine on him, and Delight opts to go for the Bard, something we have seen him play a little bit last year, and not going for those melee supports. Going to have some bit more range pressure in the lane, and also very effective against things like Hui and the Ashe with that longer range ult for picking them.
Yeah, I think the pick fits, you know, with the lane, with the setup here on their draft. But yeah, they've kind of just got Mbessa to run in, and everybody else is going to be looking to keep them at range. Whereas, you know, you've got Renekton Nidalee. As you mentioned, the Hui really does shine when there's a lot of CC in the comp already with the Ashe, Leona, and the Renekton. I'm kind of liking what we're seeing from the side of Genji so far. But we'll see how the game actually plays out.
I think if you're going to trust a player with Nidalee, I think Canyon is the one to trust, and you've given the tools to the rest of the team to set it up. So I think there's a lot of potential there, but you know, if we see things go a little bit amiss, if the Nidalee falls behind, you're up against a Zyra who can also clear pretty fast. You have the Bard who can get up to some shenanigans. So if the trajectory for Genji is consistent, they should be pretty favored in this game, but you know, things can obviously go a bit amiss quite easily.
You see there are fans out there that have signs that are cheering for a specific group of the LCK Cup. They're like, no, Group Elders. the best group. It's kind of cool to see it all come together, you know, cheering for 5 teams at once, essentially. And also hoping that your team that you enjoy is in that group that's winning more. And so far, Group Elder is winning more. So we'll see if Gen.G can get the win tonight and continue with that. Or will Homolife Esports be able to turn the tides? Let's jump onto the rift for Game 1. Yeah, here we go. Game number 1. Yesterday, if you were watching DK versus T1, unfortunately, you got to witness Barrel. For better or for worse.
We did witness Barrel.
Yeah,
you know?
we witnessed him. He screamed it as he was running into the enemy jungle and got his AD carry killed. But it's okay, because they won that game. Very single-handed, very one-sidedly.
Yeah,
I should say.
I do like the invade. We've seen invades for vision, but also against the Zyra, you deny her early plants, and it will slow down her early clear a little bit just by clearing those out, which he wants to stack up from a passive. So I think Gen.G definitely benefiting from that. We're seeing they all run mid and then kind of decide late where they're going. We do see it's going to end up lanes on the opposite side we're locked into now. So I think honestly, I think probably HLE are happy with this. You know, the Renekton and Nidalee not going to be able to pair up as much early, so I think they can be pretty okay with how this has turned out. Obviously, a lot of information was kind of tried to be found with those wards, but when you kind of walk towards mid and then just split, it's really hard to know until the last second where you're going to end up against.
Yeah. Both top laners just going to be zoned out. This is the way this works. I am very excited to have Ruler back in the LCK. He was doing great things in the LPL with JDG. Didn't quite lead to a Worlds title, but obviously everything else was secured by the team, and I think he should be very proud of what he was able to accomplish over there, you know, moving regions. And obviously he was also surrounded by a bunch of great players on his team, himself included. And now he's just able to, you know, return, and I'm just excited to really see what the rest of his career looks like, because he's been around for a very long time.
I think people underestimate how difficult it is to go to a different region and still be on like an absolute top team. Like even just having success, some players struggle with it, but to be on like one of the best teams, one of the best runs the LPL has ever seen is just shows the caliber of player really that he is. And obviously 2024 didn't quite go as well for him, but I don't really attribute that to him. And now I think this is definitely the sort of roster where you can look for that continued success. Unfortunately, not going to see the 2v2s in the bot lane. I also think it's funny that like HLE have signed Zeus as the biggest signing of the offseason, and he's like, nice, time to show what I'm lane swapped on again.
Yeah.
Fun times.
I was definitely worried about this when I heard about a lot of the rift changes and, you know, the way that objectives work and the fact that first tower is a feat of strength. I was like, oh boy. I mean, we're getting lane swaps. It's just a thing. And Peanut never changes. Even with the increased damage. Ooh, very nice flash away from the Vines. Peanut takes a massive shot. Big dive on the bottom side as well. Fighting for first blood. Who's going to get it first? This dive is not going to work, though. Duro nearly dies, and Keen will go down. And that'll be first blood here for Homolife Esports. Gen.G, they want at least a kill. Will they get it? Yeah, no, they will not. They will not get the kill. And Duro goes down. The spear lands.
They're too low, they can't.
And Zeus just laughs in their face.
And I feel like this is the hallmark of Zeus and lane swaps. Oh, he's looking for more.
Oh, man. And Ruler with barrier so close. So incredibly close.
Testing the limits. And this, I mean, Zeus, this was the hallmark of him last year in these lane swap situations, taking the fights, outplaying. And this is huge for Homolife Esports. Not only do they get the kill on the top side, they're able to turn it around here. And there was a little mistake here where Peanut still ended up having aggro from his plant. The tower damage stacks up so quickly and the ramping lasts so long. You really have to be careful. Peanut gets aggro again there. Nearly goes down, so a bit of a flub. The flash saves him. But because it's 3 range champions, they can be very non-committal with the redive. And then here from Zeus, we get to see his point of view. This was the redive they went for, and unfortunately Duro ends up going down.
He said, I'm okay, I live. I was going to say, like, he didn't say anything until that very last moment.
He's chilled out. I think the flash in the first dive was really good when he dodged the E from Jiro. That really slowed down the pace of the dive, but just some excellent play. We're so early in this game, we're already sort of seeing the skill expression come out and HLE demonstrating what they can do.
Yeah. This must have been one of the more divisive prediction matches we had this week, right? Who did you go for in this one? Do you remember?
I went for HLE.
I did go for HLE as well.
I think everyone, but I can't remember the one person went Genji on the global side. I think it was more balanced on the Korean side. Which, to be fair, it's domestic Genji. I think that completely makes. I think both predictions completely valid. If I'm going to be honest, I think I was kind of surprised so many people went HLE on our side, but I also get it because I went HLE.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a prediction. You could definitely have reasons for either of the teams winning after seeing the games play out.
No, it's not just a prediction, Brendan. I think you remember the summer prediction last year that I got right and everyone else didn't get right. And
that's true.
It's not just a prediction.
I mean, that was a little bit different.
Yeah, I think if you're wrong about your predictions, it's kind of sad. You should really just get better at your job.
Yeah, especially for finals.
Yeah. That's the only one that matters.
Yeah, that's where you really should be focused. And if you get that wrong, I mean, what are you even doing?
Yeah, like Mao won the predictions for like summer, and then I just got the final one right, and it's like that's what people remember.
Everybody forgot about him winning summer.
Yeah, which is good because Mao he loves to talk about his predictions. He
does, yeah.
Cares so much about it.
I mean, it's fair. You know, it is very important as you were mentioning.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I feel like this is like 55-45, right? And I just kind of went for the 55. I didn't go for the 45. I'm sure some people might think Genji have the 55%er, which is fair, but I personally did not believe so. For us, Hama Life Esports just on paper looks like the most solid squad coming in to the beginning of this one, especially because they kept 4 players together. And they have, you know, potentially the best top laner in the LCK, right?
Yeah, I think for me, one of the things is that, like, you know, I think support jungle synergy is really important. I think that's something that Peanut and Delight, I think their synergy is really good. They've been together such a long time. And I think Juro and Canyon, I expect them to need some time to sync up. I don't think, you know, the dive obviously didn't work out flawlessly. I don't think I'm really pinning that on anyone. It was some great play from Zeus, but ultimately I think that that's a bigger change to your systems than just subbing out a top laner.
Yeah.
But I'm sure they'll be able to figure things out later. We see Canyon did manage to secure 3 grubs in trade for the dragon, so each team has won in terms of those mutual objectives for the feat of strength. And HLE obviously have that first blood, so they're ahead in that regard.
Yeah, they got that feat of strength, and Keen finally getting some time to lane against the champion he probably wanted to lane against. You know, having counterpick with the Renekton. The Renekton also, as a pick, generally should be pretty good in the side lane. Chovy is just going to ult Zeka just for safety to get away. But yeah, you're also picking Renekton, as I was saying, to just, you know, survive in a side lane. Unfortunately, he just got dove on a bit too hard, wasn't able to handle it. But yeah, should be happy with the matchup there.
I mean, I think HLE, considering you have, you know, even Cess in the jungle, top lane, you weren't really able to make something happen early. Like, you ideally want to be applying the pressure when Renekton sort of set up the Nidalee. Level 3 is like such a strong point. And now, like, Zeus has the ult as an escape tool. I think he's kind of getting to the point where he's less concerned about that threat. So we talked about how Genji needed to find that early momentum, kind of maintain that progression. It's not like the game's over or anything. They still have a lot of potential to do that, but definitely not the start they were looking for with this comp. And we haven't seen that much from Canyon yet in this game. I think if it does just turn into a farm fest, I think HLE will be very happy.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have a very nice amount of scaling over there. We'll have to wait and see just how much Chovy can do on this way because he's farming very well. There aren't a lot of big threats outside of, you know, like Bard landing an ult, and you've got Ambessa with a flank or something like that. If he can just kind of keep his distance, I feel like that Hwei last pick on blue side for him, as you were mentioning, was very nice. He's got a very nice front line. He has a lot of CC to line up stuff, so yeah. You know, even if it does go late, you can look on paper and say, hey, the champions that Hama Life Esports have do scale pretty well, but I feel like there's also a lot of room for Gen G to make things work in the late game.
There's still the Chovy factor, and I think it's important for him to have a pick that can really pull its weight in the late stage of the game, considering the rest of the comp, but it's going to be difficult. Now, we do have the second set of grubs spawning up soon, and the Dragon's up for 2 minutes, so Gen G already moving over to look to try and secure these. And we see Peanut on the bot side. This could actually end up being a really favorable trade if they can get the tower, but it's still quite healthy. So they can get it low, but I don't think they're going to be able to take it in time. And Keen does have teleport if he wants to move back. So Peanut will just pick up some camps. He'll get some damage in the bot lane tower. But it'll be Gen G getting 6 grubs in this game, which definitely is a nice treat to pick up.
Yeah, really the question is how much use are they going to get out of it? You can see everybody pretty much is up on the top side, so they're really trying to get as much use as possible. Zeus goes in, Bird ult is decent, gonna catch the Renekton in Dominus, so Keen and the team just gonna have to abandon the dive. Really what it does, as that TP was interesting, but at least pushes them off.
Yeah.
Do not face check that brush. They're all there again.
Bit of an odd TP coming in from Zeka. They're going for the redive.
Yeah, I mean, especially on this one. They're just going to line up the CC, immediately kill Zeus. There's an arrow straight into the Bard as well. That is a dead Bard as Peanut desperately trying to peel for the team, but everybody flashes away. Very nice couple of kills lined up here for Gen G, and that tower is getting dangerously low.
Oh, Ruler looking for Viper. Yeah, really good setup there from Gen G, and, you know, they obviously burn a lot of resources with the first attempt on the dive. They got the ult from Zeus, they got the ult from Delight. For that return dive, very crisp with it, and the arrow from Ruler, huge impact there. So seeing that CC layering come in, really deliver when making these proactive plays. And with 6 grubs as well, if you ever pressure a tower like this, like HLE, you may think, oh, couldn't they have just cross-mapped? But with the 6 grub pressure, they know they would lose the race. And the layering of the CC is really good there. And the arrow coming in just flawless. And it's so easy. You land the arrow, the follow-up's there. Great disengage as well to get away from Peanut's combo. And easy as that, we now see a gold lead for Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, they were down almost 1,000 gold, so this is pretty huge for them. They have, you know, about 300 in the lead. Life Esports did get that first Drake, but now we've got another one up, and already Gen G are on 2 points here in the objective counter. So if they could set up for a Dragon, take that one down, they've already got a low turret. You might be looking at feats of strength here for Gen G.
I mean, realistically, when you have 6 grubs, every turret's a low turret, you know? You just need a little bit of time, and you can take that out easily. See, they're pressuring Zeus here, and if you look at where everyone is on the map from HLE, they're not really set up for this Dragon, right? Zeka's farming the top lane with no TP, whereas on the other side, like, Keen is the only member away from this Dragon, and he does have that teleport. Looks like Peanut is going to scare them away a little bit. But these lane assignments from HLE don't really indicate that they're happy to stop Gen G from doing the Dragon, but they're not really setting up to do it themselves. And now Chovy just putting some pressure on Zeus. Tower getting chipped away on.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G really want to take this one down, but there is a ward on the Dragon, so not really much. You can see the poke that comes out. You know, I was talking about poke comps earlier on. They do have, you know, a semi-poke comp with the Nidalee and the Hui, and a decent amount of CC to line it up. Valkyrie, pretty strong ability. It's going to get him to safety, but they clear everything out. They notice, hey, Life is just not here, so let's just take a free Drake and a free feat of strength completion. Chovy going to miss some abilities, but he's still got his whole team down here, and they know that there's not a lot of support for Zeus, so can continue to pressure that turret.
Plating just dropped as well, so tower's even squishier. You can see Gen G trying to help Chovy apply pressure. Considering HLE had that good start, had that first blood, it is looking like the feats of strength likely to go over to Gen G here, and yep, 6 grubs, they should just be able to pick this tower up pretty easily. Definitely feels like they've regained control of the game after the early hiccup with the dives.
Yeah, this should be a very back and forth match, just considering how close these teams are. So definitely expecting to have a lot of swinginess in this one. I do think that these teams are very clean, but I feel like this patch is not very clean. I think that, you know, you lose one team fight, you lose Arakan, you lose Baron, you lose your mid inhibitor. It's like all of a sudden we were winning, guys. What happened?
Yep.
A lot of that can happen on this patch.
I also think there's just so many things which teams are still learning about, like the power of them and also like the limits that you can push. Arakan is a good example where, you know, compared to Baron, which we've had for so long, and yes, it's been changed over the years, but teams have a very good understanding of like how tanky you need to be, how much damage you need to take it down. Arakan's still relatively new, and you kind of be caught off guard, you know, especially in this situation where Gen G, you know, outside of Ruler, they don't have that much damage for a neutral objective. Oh, they're light looking.
I mean, trying to land a Bartles on a Nidalee,
yeah,
you might as well just not even cast it.
I think there's two great targets on Gen G for the Bartle. Nidalee is not one of them. So a little bit ambitious from HLE, trying to look for that play.
Yeah.
They're like trying his best, but won't find it.
If you're a Bard fan, which I personally am, you're not exactly feasting so far here at the LCK Cup. I have to say, Karria's Bard yesterday was, I mean, he's great at the champ. He wasn't great on it yesterday, unfortunately. Delight so far hasn't really been able to do much. You know, he had a decent ult in the top side.
It is
delayed the dive, but
it is a difficult champion, and also a champion where like the margins of error are very thin.
It's not forgiving, you know?
Yeah.
You put the wrong magical journey, your whole team can get wiped, right? Like, there's a lot of pressure.
Not to bring up Karria again, but you all remember that one from last year where he... I don't even have to say it. We all remember
was that one, yeah.
There was that one. You know, it happens. The player with the Bard skin, one of the best supports the LCK has been, even he can club. So, you know, it's definitely a high burden of execution. Now, Gen G looking towards the Herald. HLE are more in positioning contestants if they want, but still doesn't look like they're interested. The arrow won't connect. Just kind of fishing with that one. But Herald, plus those 6 grubs, Gen G have the tools to keep pushing momentum. They will lose his tower on the bot lane, though, just as Zeus pushing.
Yeah, it really does feel like Common Life Esports, after the dive in top lane, they've really stepped on the brakes and said, okay, we are not going to fight over anything. And we don't want to fight over the Infernal Drake. We don't want to fight over the Rift Heralds. You know, we do want to throw a Bard ult and a Nidalee, but that was kind of, you know, an outlier. Outside of that, they've just been kind of chilling, sitting back, saying, okay, we've got Corki, Caitlyn late game.
It's just fishing.
Just wait.
You know, it's just like if something jumps into the bites the hook, then sure, but otherwise, they're kind of just letting things go. It is Hextech Soul, so both teams are dragging a piece, so they're still far away from that, but obviously a very impactful Soul. If you're able to pick it up, but for quite a long distance away, and especially with Arakan coming up in 2.5 minutes, how realistic is it that we get to the Hextech Soul in this game? I don't know. Doesn't seem that promising. But Arakan in 2 minutes, definitely something you could look towards, and it is going to spawn in the top lane. So close towards the Baron. Baron side of the map.
Yeah. And if you've been playing a lot of solo queue and you're just tuning in today to the LCK Cup, you might be like, hey, well, have we seen any Runas Atakans? You know, that's my favorite one.
Oh, I love Runas
You know, I see it all the time in solo queue, et cetera, et cetera. The answer is no. You're not going to see it. We haven't seen it. And me and Atlas, the base 0 Runas Atakan
seeming like a good vote, yeah.
I mean, I saw the season opener event, and we had like, it was something like 37 kills by 20 minutes, and it was Voracious Atakan. I'm like, we're just never getting it. It's not.
Yeah, it's weird because I played a bunch of solo queue, and I was getting it like all the time. I know it's solo queue, like don't get me wrong, but like,
yeah.
Cleanse burn, so pretty nice for for Gen G. And the thing is, yes, you burn the Ash Hour for it. We have Dragon up in like 5 seconds, but you have a lot of ways to benefit from the lack of cleanse. The Leona, you're definitely appreciating that one. And now they're looking to pressure this mid lane tower. They have the Herald if they want to throw it down. Maybe seeing what they can do without the Herald first, though. Oh, big ult.
It's just the follow-up isn't really there. They're actually engaging RGNG. Did Duro go too far? It's the question, but the poke that lands on a peanut from so far away is massive. And yeah, they don't get any kills, but so many low health bars here on the side of Common Life Esports, they kind of have to abandon ship. As you see Zeka maybe looking for something on the left side. The spear gonna force Peanut to not go for a back. As flanking Corki, it's not a thing. Zeka's been having a very weird game so far.
Yep.
And you know, that one wasn't really his fault, but he's just really not able to do anything on the Corki in that position.
The follow-up's just not there, and you can tell the HLE know they kind of need to get onto the squishy targets of Gen G, but it's so difficult. Like, they land the Bard ult, but like, unless Ambest is there, or like Peanut or Viper in range to lay the CC, nothing really comes from it. And Genji's comp has all this poke, has this long range engage, and they kind of just melted HLE to pick up this dragon. We'll see the replay. So, you know, the ult comes out, does manage to connect onto 2 targets, and obviously the one you're looking at here is Chovy. But Peanut's not close enough, Viper's not close enough to trap, and then Genji are willing to turn it around, and Peanut's so close to going down there.
Yeah.
With the Ignite, the heal actually saving them from Delight, I believe.
And this is exactly what we were talking about. Like, even with the Bard ult landing, the follow-up isn't there. Zeus not really in position to engage. And then Chovy just gets to do whatever the hell he wants.
Yep.
He's playing Hui with 0 issues. Like, there's no threats at all to him.
You know, I feel like champions like Nidalee and Hui, it's like skill shot reliant. Not when you have CC on the rest of your team. You just rely on Ruler or Jiro or Keen setting you up, but then it's the easiest thing ever. And I think that cohesion is why I think this comp is working out pretty well for Genji so far. I mean, the Golden League's not huge, but the pace of the game, it has definitely felt like they've been in control for a while now.
Yeah, they definitely have been. Ever since that play on the top side, they've kind of taken every objective. We've seen HLE Esports a little bit half-heartedly try to save mid-turret and look for some Bard ults onto Nidalees and stuff like that, but hasn't really been a full committal from them. And Ruler going to pick up the red buff. And we might just go into a little bit more of a lull state. I'm not sure that, you know, Genji's, well, yeah, they're just not far enough ahead to go for the Otacon straight up, right? So even though HLE Stars are playing very passively, you know, maybe they could set up around the objective and force HLE to come into them. But at the same time, they can't just do it and, you know, take all that damage and then potentially get poked out by HLE. So we'll see how they do handle this objective.
Yeah, I will say having the Nidalee when you're doing neutrals does help. That sustain, be able to heal up any damage that comes through. You can see them setting up the controller, but I think you're right, though. You want to be supremely confident before you go for an objective like this, because the goal lead isn't that significant. The control may be in their favor, but a throw, even just Smite Steal, could be huge for HLE here. And Genji have started it up. They feel like they've done the homework, and now it's on HLE to try and contest this one.
Yeah. And you don't have to fully commit to doing this objective. The Voracious Otacon doesn't do all that much damage if you're kiting it pretty well. They've got it down to half. They are threatening it. Zeus does have a nice angle with the Hex Gate behind them. And you can see that Chovy immediately is worried about that, but he's got Keen for that. There's the arrow. There's the Leona ult, but the Bard ult to come in to try to save Peanut. Can he get away? No, he just gets rooted and immediately decimated. Canyon goes golden and will survive, and now it's a 5v4. Although Keen is kind of fighting a 1v1 here against Zeus. Zeus getting pretty low, and he will go down. Tries to flash away and can't do it. Ruler on his Ashe. His huge Ashe that he always loved to play. He's playing it once again here in this game, and he wanted blood, but you can see HLE Esports immediately just had to give up the point.
Just flawless execution from Genji there, really just taking their time. The CC connects, and you see the concept of composition. It's so hard for a Zyra, especially one with no flash, to play into this composition. And HLE try what they can, but not able to deny it, and Otacon will go over to Genji. We'll see the replay here. So once the CC, you can tell they're looking for Peanut. They know he has flashless. They know he's immobile. They get the arrow. Long range engage follow-up, and the Bard ult stalls it, but they don't have to get that close to Peanut. You know, the ult comes through but hits no one because they can easily disengage. Canyon uses a great Seeker's Arm Guard to buy time, and then says he's looking for an angle, but Keen is just sitting on him. And there's really nothing he can do in this situation. And I also want to mention, if you look at Genji's health bars, everyone losing a lot of health, it feels like they juggled that health bar, the health as a resource very well there.
Yeah, they really did. I feel like Keen marking Zeus is really what kind of wins them that fight, and also, of course, the pick with the Ashe Arrow. And, you know, we see the play. We saw HLE Esports get ahead early on with the dive, but the more we see these drafts go head-to-head, it just feels like Genji got so far ahead in the drafting phase.
Yep.
And, you know, the Bard last pick just hasn't really been hitting the mark so far. You know, the ult on Peanut was nice, but there's only so much that one champ can do.
It's also, I mean, the Kaylin has just felt so underwhelming because, you know, you're not getting like a significant lead in lane. You ulted Canyon, who he just healed and immediately mitigate all the damage. You're gonna like collect it into IE, so like you need a lot of time before you're really pumping relevant numbers. And
There it is again. I mean, Mikhails is available, but does it matter is the question. Peanut doesn't get to play the game. He's just out of there, and he says, well, sorry, guys. I did everything I could. Delight presses Mikhails immediately.
Yeah, it means you don't die, and that's about it. That is the only difference. I do believe it was Team Mikhails, but it wasn't showing up in the scoreboard, so I think that's why it's gone away now, because we're having some issues there. Should be.
Yeah, I think it froze or something.
But yeah, now Gen.G, I mean, you have the Anakan buff, so why not just go for the Baron? Health bars are low. It looks scary, but kind of mistake there from Chovy.
Yeah, trying to get
Zeka?
Oh, Zeka, what was that? He's just gonna die. Maybe it was a bait all along, but they've got revives. As okay, I mean, yeah, you got two of them, but Delight might go down here as well. Keen thinking about it. But nah, yeah, he's just gonna get revived, and now there's just no mid laner for Hololive Esports.
You don't get much from the kills, but this is still like a favorable trade in terms of gold for HLE. The downside is obviously they lost their mid laner, so they're not gonna have him there to contest Dragon or Baron. I don't even know what to say on this. But like each kill is 100 gold and a flower, so like, and you remove the buff. So I think HLE are okay with everything apart from the Corki Valkyrie. Everything but that, they're pretty fine with how this panned out.
Yeah, I mean, it's like best case scenario because, yeah, you get all of that, but you still don't have a mid laner, so there's still a free objective for Gen.G, and now they're on Hextech soul points.
Yeah, so not ideal. Zeka definitely not his best Corki performance, not even his worst, to be honest. But a bit unfortunate, but it does mean they can set up some vision around Baron. And considering Gen.G got the buff and didn't get Baron, I think HLE, they're surviving, they're holding on, I think is what can be said for this situation. Delight getting some deeper vision. Obviously the Bard, one of these picks that can do that more safely. But always has to be cautious about the arrow from Ruler, which has been pretty consistent so far in this game.
Yeah, for Ruler, I mean, he hasn't really had a lot of opportunities to go for the crazy, like, we had that one really famous clip of him kiting out like 4 people on Ashe, and it was, it really just sticks in my mind whenever I think about Ashe. I think about Ruler and vice versa. He hasn't really had a lot of opportunities to go for the super flashy plays, but he's doing his job. Presses his ult, gets a good target, and it's not like he's hitting Ambessa or Delight, you know.
I will say though, you know, even the gold leads in favor of Gen.G, they are close to Soul. In terms of the items, if you look across the board, HLE have some decent power behind them now. Zeka just hit level 16. Viper's getting through like the power trough that the Caitlyn has. We did just see a TP from Chovy there. A heavy commit bot lane to try and get Zeka. Zeka also doesn't have TP. The HLE like, okay, it's Baron o'clock. Maybe Zeus is calling this from his T1 days.
I mean, it's not a bad idea, especially because Chovy isn't there to poke, but the issue is you've still got Italy, so yeah, not a bad idea, but now you've kind of just leased the Baron for the enemy team, who's much stronger than you. Hololive Esports, you gotta get in the pit. You have to get a steal here for Peanut. That's really the only way, as Keen is in that backline. He is distracting. Zeus is doing nothing. He's just running away. They're keeping it leashed, and they turn on the Peanut. Down goes Zeka, down goes Zeus, and this is just a massive slaughter in favor of Gen.G. Viper, no longer for this world. And that is a just straight up ace, very clean. Nobody dies on the side of Gen.G.
You can see the patience from Gen.G. It never felt like they were rushed into that. They knew that they had the advantage. They knew they had the pressure, and just waiting until the right abilities hit, able to punish HLE for that Baron start. And now, remember, they have 6 scrubs. They can just end here. The quickest respawn is going to be Delight. There's nothing you can do. And Gen.G will take the first game in this series.
Yeah, just like that. Really clean stuff from them. You know, there was the one dive issue early on, and from there, they just tightened it up, and it was all their game the entire rest of the way. So really big shout out to them. Looking very strong and playing well as a team. You know, that was one of the things we were maybe worried about here, but right in game 1, they proved they can do it as a 5-man unit.
And particularly considering, like, Juro was, like, one of the first ones to die in that early dive, and it felt like it just didn't phase them at all. You know, the whole team kind of came back. They knew, they were happy in the comp, they were confident with it, they knew what they had to do. They brought it back, and particularly, I think we've seen with Fearless, I mean, obviously this is game 1, so it's not coming into effect here, but we've seen sometimes later in the series, teams, they might have some decent champions, but the cohesion of the comp doesn't make sense. But I really feel like Gen G came out with a comp where all the pieces fit together. It made sense. You saw what they're trying to do, and you saw in the gameplay they knew what they were trying to do.
Yeah, they absolutely did, and I think on the side of Home Life, you look at their comp, it's not too much cohesion. You know, you've got at least a decent damage profile, but you're kind of just sitting around. If you get behind, you don't really have a good way to get back in the game. Even with Delight ulting 2 people, even with Zeus trying to flank, there was always a very easy answer for Gen G. So they're really going to have to go back to the drawing board on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just a hard comp to play. I didn't see avenues for them to find a way back in. So, you know, definitely credit to Gen G. Good draft, good play. But Home Life Esports got to go back to the drawing board.
Absolutely. Well, that was just game 1. We will be back after a short break. We'll have the space. We'll be right back.
나 플래시 있어.
몇이야?
피 9천. 각 넓게 잡아, 각 넓게 잡아.
나 부항 미리 쏠게.
이거 쌈 봐야 될 듯? 아, 얘네 못 쳐. 우리가 받아도 되긴 해, 이거. 얘네 못 쳐. 받아도 돼, 이거. 천천히 받을게. 야, 이거 받자.
바드공 있지?
있어.
바드? 나 핑크 넣어줄게, 기인형.
야, 쏴줘, 나 쏴줘.
위쪽에 맞게, 천천히 해봐. 야, 앞에. 야, 나봐줘. 오케이. 봐주는 중. 한번 뺄게. 천천히. 안 밀어볼게. 야, 코르트 나. 야, 나 안 밀어본다. 자이라 볼게. 자이라 맞아. 그렇게 잡아. 안 밀어봤어. 천천히, 쌈 보자. 쌈 봐야 돼. 야, 탑으로 끝낼 수 있냐? 야, 탑으로 가자. 탑으로 가자. 탑으로 가자. 이거 터져. 끝내야 돼, 이번에.
오케이, 끝났는데?
You say you're not afraid to die, but take off the arm around your chest. What's left inside? Lying, licking your blade. Do you really bleed if it washes away? Take a ride, rough as you can. Tell you a secret, right as your dogs are closing in. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in into the fire and born again. Taste the pain and drink
Hello, everyone. Welcome to day number 3 of the LCK Cup as we are concluding our first round robin group matches here with Hanwha Life Esports and Gen G, as it was Gen G taking the victory here over Hanwha Life Esports and putting a very, very strong hold for the Elder group to be the top group here in the LCK Cup. Digon alongside Wolf and Wadid, also known as Wowdid, right? Wowdid, because it's like Wolf. Wowdid. Never mind. That one.
Nice try, Digon.
Jason didn't like that one.
No way. Still workshopping this one, I think.
We'll workshop that one. Guys, this one, I think we wanted to talk a lot about the draft here because this was a unique kind of look here for Hanwha Life Esports with the way that they played the red side, pairing the Zyra not with the Ashe this time, Wadid.
I mean, Hanwha's team comp is basically high-level comp. No one has an easy tool to make it simple, you know? You need to make play around your pressure only, and then once you miss that, you have to get your pressure or vision back. It's really hard to get the vision back, you know. So I think it was really greedy and also kind of cocky draft by Hanwha Life Esports side.
I think with Gen G having a pretty good answer to the Corki that was faced up early and saying, okay, it could be bottom lane, but probably not into the Ashe we already have. Once the Zyra got locked in, Canyon was like, my Nilly can outpace you because we actually have pressure in our lanes. We have winning lanes, and even with a lane swap situation, we can make the best of this situation. Even though their dive failed, Gen G were able to utilize pressure on the map so incredibly well early. I think that's the biggest risk in this. You got engage problems here for Hanwha Life, but you can't utilize the Zyra pick unless you have those strong lanes, and they weren't able to draft them.
Yeah, also getting to see a little bit of play here, first time in the LCK in 2025. And you can see exactly right here how Gen G's comp runs as they dive on the top side of the map 10 minutes in.
I mean, at first play, it was really weird to give up 6 grubs for no reason, and also they were trying to defend this play, but when you think about it, what can you do as a Bard? You're defending with your ultimate, or can you actually land a stun? But when you think about the Gen G side, you have tons of stuns, like you have Leona stun, Renekton stun, and also you have Ashe Arrow from Ruler from the mid lane. There is so many tool difference between Hanwha Life Esports and Gen G, and that made the difference on the top side here.
Hanwha Life know that giving up this turret means giving up feats of strength as well, so they really want to try to hold this, but after using the Bard ultimate to help clear the wave, they just really don't have any of those tools you're mentioning would need to actually stop this follow-up. And more puzzling than this really is, like you said, giving up the grubs moments before to get plates in mid and 1 plate bottom side. This gave Gen G so much power. Talk about some of the picks we've actually seen in Game 1 before Fearless kicks in. You can see some of the big picks here were taken away, like the Yone, for example. We've seen a lot of Jace, but Aurora completely left out here, and I think Hanwha had a specific plan in mind, and Gen G just outdrafted them here, and we didn't see some of those big prio picks picked up.
Yeah, we were talking about the Nidalee and Zyra before the desk. I think both champions are doing the same role, but you need a better support, you know. It doesn't matter what champion you are, you just need a better CC, better tank, better frontline, and then you can do your job.
Now, despite losing the feats of strength, Hanwha Life Esports, the reigning LCK champs, still in it and had an opportunity here at Otacon to find a way back on in. But Ruler, just with the plays, with the spacing, did a great job, and unable to find a flank this time was Zeus.
You can see how desperate Zeus is to try to set up a flank here. He's blocked out by Keen, who's on the super tanky Renekton, and long-range engage is something that Gen G's composition has in spades because they have the arrow, they have the Hui, but most importantly, the Leona that follows up on Ruler's fantastic arrows. So it's just instantly a dead Zyra. They've got the Zhonya's available here, and you just can't win this fight anymore. We're also at a moment in time for Hanwha Life where Viper's still in his power trough here, and they just cannot actually close the gap here. Really good positioning from Keen to start things off, and then the arrow comes out. There was just a zero-sum game here for Hanwha Life.
As you mentioned, I feel like you really cannot play Zyra into Ashe because you cannot really do something into him because you are going to get engaged from like Aegis, and also you are playing against Leona. You cannot kill Leona, or also you are getting engaged by Leona as well. So it's like I think Gen G's team comp was so much better compared to Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, and compare that to how this game started. It was the dive on the bottom side of the map onto Zeus where he outplays it, and everyone's thinking, this is the Hanwha Life that we've been waiting for. This is exactly why they get Zeus. And then it just doesn't really play out that way afterwards, would it?
I mean, how I feel is maybe you trust your players too much, you know? Oh, we got Zeus, so we got so many good players, so why not just play some greedy team comp, you know?
Yeah, I think for me, like I predicted Hanwha to win this series, and I do still think they likely will. That was a really greedy draft from them. They flubbed a lot of the macro, but it's because their lanes didn't have pressure. I think if they go back to something that's a little bit more standard, if they can have a stronger draft going into Game 3, they can push us to Game 2. They can push us to Game 3. That is to say.
Remember, in the LCK Cup format, you got to be on the winning group. And Group Elder already up 3-1. Gen G on Group Elder. They could make it 4-1, and they've already gone best versus best, you know, second team versus second team, third team versus third team. This could be a huge, huge hold here. What does Hanwha Life need to do to bounce back here, Wolf, in terms of this draft, and what do you want to see here?
I just want to see picking for Prio a little bit here, playing towards your player's strengths a little bit. Obviously, Zeka known for playing Corki since the rework, but in this game just didn't give himself a whole lot of agency. They have Blue Side here. Blue Side, by the way, we've had a lot of Game 3s, is 11-2 so far. So a lot of winning Blue Sides across these games.
All right, well, we'll find out if Hanwha Life Esports will be able to battle back, not just for themselves, but everyone on Group Baron, or will Group Elder take a huge, huge lead here after the first set of matches? Let's find out as we send it back on over to the casters.
Thank you, Spacers. I had a feeling Blue Side was winning a lot. Thank you, Wolf, for that very apt, very important stat. Blue Side is quite the strong side right now.
I feel like Blue Side was already strong prior to this, but now with Fearless, it's like, imagine you're banning more and more champions.
Sorry to interrupt you, but this is a KBO player from the Hanwha Eagles. If you don't know what KBO is, it's the Korean Baseball Organization, I believe. And yeah, he's a baseball player. That's very cool. He's come down to support Hanwha. And he's also a great dancer.
Putting the moves in. Love to see it. HLE definitely need that support right now to bounce back in this series. But yeah, I was saying it's like Blue Side was already OP, and now with Fearless, you have extra champions banned. So Blue Side is the team who get the priority to choose after the fact. So like, you know, if there's a bunch of picks off the table, they start banning away junglers when loads of junglers are gone. Like, they still get to first pick the jungler. They have that advantage. It definitely feels like it's skewed even more in the favor of Blue Side. But now HLE in that position, you can see at the top of your screen the picks that are not enabled. And bans first, I feel like bans not as likely to change, because obviously everything you didn't want to deal with from last game is gone. Cassante going to get taken away. Skarner ban from Gen G. Poppy from HLE. I think the Yone ban is going to be pretty constant.
I don't think they're going to get to play it once,
so
actually.
Right now, Vi and Kalista both left open. Kalista gone, Vi first pick. Especially with Poppy banned from HLE. I feel like it makes sense to just take that one. When one of the things we were kind of struggling with was getting onto the key targets, Vi literally just does that. That is her kit. So it would make sense to lock that one in. That's not Vi. That's actually Aurelian Soul. That is Vi.
It looks so similar, though. I couldn't tell.
Got them mixed up.
Yeah. This makes so much sense. Jace was banned in Game 1 in the second round of bans. But Jace in general has, as you mentioned in Game 1, he has a lot of flexibility now. You can play him mid. We saw Showmaker have a huge game on that in Game 1 against T1. That was along with a lot of poke. You can play him top, you can play him tank, you can play him bruiser. We'll see if Keen wants to do that. But for now, it will be a flex pick and just a strong pick in the meta right now that you can really build around in many different ways.
Yeah, so with that locked in, probably don't want to pick another solo laner just to keep that kind of open as a flex. Sejuani, yeah, is the golden standard for LCK teams. Just lock it in.
Or this.
Look in a different direction. I'm going to go for the Zinzao, which has seen a lot more popularity recently. Bit of skirmishing power on that. And, you know, we've seen some picks like Brand or Zyra give it a bit of trouble in the early game. But with already knowing the jungle matchup, you're kind of happy with that one. Now over to HLE. They do want to pick something in response to that Jace. They are looking at the Aurora, which, you know, was talked about on the desk as kind of being overlooked. Particularly with the Vi. Makes things really difficult, and also if you are worried about maybe like a Xayah coming out later for Gen G, I feel like Xayah really struggles into Aurora because you can't get out of a roll with your roll. You still have to really burn Flash. Gives a lot of power, and the Rakan for Delight.
Uh-oh.
Can definitely layer well with the Vi, and a pick he is very comfortable on. Does have some lanes that struggles to generate pressure, but ever since they buffed his Q heal, he's pretty good at weathering the storm.
Yeah. I was very excited to see Chovy and Fearless because it just feels like he is a guy who can play anything, and it's not just mid champs. Like, he can play any mid champ that's kind of standard, but he can also play tanks to an extremely high level. So it just feels like, you know, you want to put him on the Jace, you want to put him on the Galio, you can essentially do whatever you want with this player. So much flexibility.
This could be a flex though, the Galio. Galio used to be, I mean, when he first came in the support role, he was really strong when he could flash while taunting. But when they changed that and he kind of dipped out of the support pool, you'd still occasionally see him as a Rakan counter, just because when he kind of dashes in, you can interrupt his dashes with your punch, and also you can just channel the taunt. You know, the mobility of Rakan kind of struggles into a big AoE area where you're guaranteed to get CC'd in. So could be a flex, we don't know for sure yet. And I feel like with the Galio potentially being a flex and the Jace being a flex, Gen G are really keeping their options open. We do see that Xayah banned away from HLE, so despite the fact they have the Aurora, they want their Vials to connect onto Ruler.
Yeah, they definitely do. I think Xayah, we've seen it a lot with Rakan. It's been very underwhelming. I think there are a lot of things that do well into it, especially if you can stack a lot of CC as well. You can press Featherstorm for one, but then not for the other three, right? But with all these AD carries now banned away, what is Ruler going to play? We did see Jinx yesterday for aiming. Is Ruler playing Jinx straight up here in Game 2? Yes, he is.
I'm going to be honest, you know, we have already 2 AD carries taken away from Fearless, 6 AD carry bans here, and you may be thinking, oh, they'll be struggling, but I think of any AD carries, I think Viper and Ruler are pretty okay. They've played everything. They really can test their pools. I mean, the Jinx in particular, when we think about it, the 2023 MSI run from JDG, the Jinx was the pick for Ruler, so a big comfort for him. You see the Tristana come out from HLE, which could be bot, could be flexed up to mid as well. Zach obviously had a lot of success on that pick last year. So we'll see what they opt to do here. If they do go for that Tristana in the mid lane, could go for like a Ziggs in the bot lane, as it would provide the AD, especially with the layered CC from the Vi, could follow up on that. But it could also be like, Trist bot and Aurora mid. A lot of flexibility in these drafts. It looks like they're going to potentially go for that. I mean, in theory, you could also go Aurora bot, but I expect it in the mid lane. And then we have the Ornn top lane for Xayah, something we did see him bring out a little bit last year, but a lot of engage. If that's something they lacked in the last game, we saw Xayah's trying to get the flanks and they're not really working. They now have everything they need to lock down a stationary target, which that Jinx is. And Jura going to go for the Lulu, which is a very comfortable lane of the Rakan. Gonna have pressure, gonna struggle to really force them out of lane because of the sustain from the Rakan, but you will always have pressure in that lane. And also, you can really deal with Rakan well, like your wild growth can interrupt his grand entrance. So it kind of feels like Gen G are all in on the Ruler carry and kind of playing around the Galio and the Xin peeling for that Jinx. And HLE are like, let's kill Ruler. That is their plan in a nutshell.
Yeah. I think that's very fair. I think that both teams have done a pretty good job of going into those ideas and really fleshing it out as it went through. The Ornn, you know, it's very interesting to have Xayah join the team and then he's playing Ornn in Game 2, but it really does kind of work with the draft. I'm not sure where Ornn is in general on this patch, as that's another, by the way, Hanwha Eagles jersey, and there's one of the players from the Hanwha Eagles. Once again, joining us here from the baseball team of Hanwha, showing their support. Getting married tomorrow, and she wants a Gen G victory as her gift, her wedding gift. It's a lot of multitask. There's a lot of stress that goes into preparing a marriage, I'll tell you that.
I will say,
here
though,
at the LCK.
it's an easier request than some of the other teams. Like a Gen G win, not that big of an ask, if we're going to be honest.
Absolutely.
General.
Well, here's Game 2. Let's go.
I feel like a really big test of relationship would be if, like, last year you were a Bro fan and you will get married after Bro win, and you're waiting for weeks. You know, like, can we stall it out with the venue? And they're like, that's not how this works. Like,
but Bro really has to win.
They're so due a win.
Yeah. They haven't won the last 15. Well, Gen Z with a very strong invade here, actually, as a 5-man unit moving in. Even Keen going as far as to ward the bottom lane, to spot for the swap, of course, which does seem to be...
Yeah, I think the swap HLE are happy with. Gen G want normal lanes. They're going to have pressure in both those side lanes. And ultimately, you know, I think HLE, when you think about the 5v5, when you think about the team fights, a lot of strength there. Goes without saying, a lot of tools to connect on a ruler. But we're in a situation where you have a Galio who can kind of just one-shot waves later and roam, and you have a Jace who should have pressure in the side lane. You have Jinx, Lulu into Trist Rakan. That is a brutal lane for the Trist Rakan in terms of you're always going to be shoved in. So HLE, I think, getting this switch definitely good. And you can see Zeus just trying to get an XP range. And I think, you know, Zeus, despite being a younger player, we've seen players who've been around in the swap meta. I think he's really been locked in and understanding the goal of a top laner when you're in a swap. Just get as much XP as possible. Sometimes it will cost you your life, and that's okay, because it's better than being level 1 for like 15 minutes.
Which we have seen from time to time from players who did not prioritize that exact thing you were talking about. Nowadays, dives a lot less common.
Yeah.
But... yeah, this isn't really the lane to go for it. But he is level 3, and he's got red buff.
Normally, last year, there'd be a cannon minion now. And there isn't because of the minion changes, so... he needs to get level 2. He does get it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure about this one. Also, Delight is here, and Ruler took a turret shot. Kenyon, I mean, he almost took another one, so... yeah. I was really not on board with this from the get-go, but also Delight's timing was very nice.
Yep.
And Gen G are going to pull out of that one.
Good roam down from Delight. Zeus also gets XP. You don't have the cannon in, and there's more damage from minions. Oh, yeah. Good way from Keen, just disengaging that. Yeah, and early levels, playing melee into Aurora, not fun. See that more in top lane, but Galio, just one of these champions who kind of just spam abilities in the way.
Oh, look at this. The Ornn Rakan lane trying to make something happen, and they're going to pay for it. Walks on top of the choppers and gives Rulers Jinx first blood. It could not have gone any worse for them.
I'm just not sure what they thought would happen in that situation. Yeah, especially you enter a lethal tempo Jinx. They have barrier heal, whereas you have... okay. Keen limit testing a little bit there into the AD carry. But he doesn't die. Unlike Delight, who gave a kill over the Ruler on Jinx with the Lulu to back him up.
And one of the best front lines we've seen from a mid-jungle duo in a long time. So, yeah, a lot of tools. You know, we talked about win conditions in the draft. You did Ox. I feel like Gen G were just given like a little extra gift on top of that. They're like, how can we win our win condition even stronger? Let's give Ruler first blood.
Okay. So, I want to make it clear Delight is level 2, and he has Q and W, but not E. E being, you know the ability that you use to get out again after you engage. Yeah, Rakan level 3 is a pretty big spike. I really feel like you can't do as much until you're level 3, because, yeah, you go in and then you come out again. And I think
that's the kid.
You know, Delight, notoriously an extremely good Rakan player, but maybe just feeling himself a bit too much, because that play was just not it. And Ruler played it really well. The traps to kind of cut him off right at the end to secure that kill. Yeah, and now Delight still level 2. Viper level 4, but presumably, yeah, he's nearly level 5, so he's ahead in XP compared to Ruler. But Delight's really far behind now, so he needs to soak up some XP quickly. But this lane, even if you get XP, you know, you don't have Ignite for HLE, you don't have summons in general, that many. It's really hard to have pressure in this lane. And you can kind of see, if you look at the map, top lane, shoving in pretty heavily. Bot lane, shoving in pretty heavily. And mid lane is just chilling. So this is kind of, you know, Gen G's win condition is just having that pressure in lanes and being able to flourish from that.
Yeah. Should work pretty well. I think the biggest thing from this draft that I kind of scratched my head at on the side of Life Esports was the Tristana. I feel like maybe to go a little bit more meta, something that can follow up on team fights, on Vi engages would have been something like a Zeri, right? But I think they were very worried about maybe having to deal with this Jinx Lulu lane, and they wanted something that could eventually maybe match in terms of range. But
yeah,
so far it just feels like
it made me wonder if like they were trying to pick it because it was a potential flex, like compared to other picks. But I'm just like,
you play Zeri mid.
I mean, true. But yeah, it did feel a bit odd. But we're seeing a setup for the grubs now. HLE have learned from last game. Don't give 6 grubs to the other team. Canyon might have to flash.
Yeah, I mean, he's not level 6, so he's in the pit and then he's out of the pit. But kind of catching them here. A bit of damage already from Ruler. They're trying to turn on a Jovi quick. Charm does come down. Viper jumping in. They want to get the reset on Ruler, and they might just be able to do so. Viper finally gets it, but Peanut's going to go down. So there's the trade. Duro on the run. Should eventually be taken out, but looking for the grubs here is Gen G, and maybe a bit more. Zeus trying to stick around. Viper has survived, but I don't think I'm going to be able to say the same about Zeus. He'll be taken down, and they give the kill over to the Xinjiao. So just like that, a couple of grubs. And yeah, they got Ruler. They did take him down, but the fight did still go in the hands of Gen G.
Yeah, early indicator of how team fights are going to be very difficult for Viper. Does have backup from Peanut, so should be okay here. But yeah, early indicator of how team fights are going to be difficult for Ruler. But at this part of the game, the other pieces from Gen G can do plenty. And one of the problems here is they just didn't really lock down Ruler that quickly. And then Juro just kind of did a lot of running. He was the running man in that one, where we see initially, they see Ruler step up, and Zek is like, okay, it's go time. They pop everything. Ruler doesn't end up flashing the CC, and then ends up going down to the bomb, and then they're chasing Juro, and he's just running. And he's just buying time as the rest of the team kind of do the grubs. Yeah, and then Zeus just ends up a little bit overextended. So, you know, I don't think either team too disappointed with how this panned out. But I think those summoners for Ruler are going to feel... It's going to feel like he's just using them off cooldown if HLE are playing correctly in this one.
Yeah, just throw everything into the Jinx and get those things off cooldown, or on cooldown. And you're going to be feeling pretty good about the way it goes. Not a whole lot of other threats, but, you know, at least it does look like Keen should be going a damage type build in this one. Canyon in the brush. And the light might just phase check it, but here comes Peanut. Chovy, remember he's Galio. He does have TP, but no ults. And he's still in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Keen, he's chased. And what he does against Ornn in this matchup is you try to ignore the Ornn as much as possible and get turret plates.
Yep.
And he's already got 2.
Yep, 2 grubs coming in early, definitely helping out with that damage on towers. So the gold lead in the top lane already is massive. Like, although Zeus is picking up a lot of farm in, sorry, not a lot of farm, but a lot of experience from the farm, he wasn't actually getting the CS, and he's really fallen far behind. They have found Canyon.
Yeah, I mean, they do. He has his ult up, but that's a Vi. Loves that very much, gets inside the circle. Canyon smites away the blue and then just dies, so Peanut will secure that one for himself.
Yeah, good pick, but still a lot of ults expended. Well, a lot of high-value ults with Zeka and Peanut being in there, so definitely want to be burning those off cooldown and chain things together. Zeka does get challenged by Chovy, and Chovy's starting to get quite tanky. We are seeing that more tanky Galio build coming out, so not in and of itself going to be a huge damage threat. Kind of relying on the team for that one. And that also kind of comes into the feats of strength thing, because when you have this tanky Galio, your magic damage is kind of underwhelming. You know, the rest of your team is AD. The boots, the upgraded Ninja Tabi give that physical damage shield specifically. So if you lose feats of strength and your damage profile is bad, you're going to feel even worse about it. So it's definitely something Gen G will want to prioritize. And with that Dragon picked up from HLE, they're still behind in terms of feats of strength progression because of the Fierce Blood, but ahead in terms of those neutral objectives.
Yeah, they got the one. They got the Dragon. They got 1 grub at this point in time. And so far, it's been an interesting look. We've had a lot of kind of crazy, somewhat messy games that go longer or very short so far here at the LCK Cup. But I feel like we're getting a higher level look at what this patch might look like. And so far, it's very similar, but it does feel like it's a little bit more calculated between these two teams on where exactly they want to go for the fights. Here's Viper.
Weird barrier decision. I think maybe expecting a bit more burst from Chovy, who is tanky, but not doing that much damage right now.
Always press tab.
Yeah, maybe wanted to check those items. He's like, oh, Chovy's on me! It's like, okay, but it's tank Chovy, I think you're fine.
Yeah.
They do want to try and get a grub here, HLE to deny. Great taunt.
Deny on the Ornhorn. Chovy in the front, and look at the double knock up there with the Sintao and the Lulu just tanking up so much, and Ruler is totally safe, and he gets the snipe! He's excited, and he's looking for more. That's a kill on the Ornn, and Zeka, maybe he gets away here with his ult, but that is the saddest ult usage we have seen here in the LCK Cup. Gen G, they're in position, and they take down the fight very handily.
And for a team who are so ult-reliant, HLE opt into that before their ults are available, and it ends up backfiring massively. Ruler has his summons back up, didn't end up needing to expend them there, and it just kind of felt like HLE were forcing this. So, you know, you can actually track. Zeus gets his ult interrupted. Peanut doesn't have his ult yet. It's not available, so he loses all his HP. You can see Canyon on top of him. Still doesn't have his ult, and it only comes up, I think, about now when he dies. Also, Zeka didn't have his ult available. You can see it ticking away at the bottom of your screen. It just comes available as you use it. So, like, you know, those are two of your biggest tools for targeting the Jinx. They weren't there. You still opted for the fight. And Gen G, if you don't shut down Ruler, they will just run you over.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G, we said it after game one, they look like a 5-man unit. Apparently, we didn't all know that Doran was the shot caller of Hanwha Life Esports, because it seems like with Doran gone, they're just a mess. Like, so far, they have not really played very well as a team, and I think that's putting it lightly. As now trying to set up something here onto Gen G, but TP is coming in from the Galio. They're looking to take down Canyon, or that's Peanut, rather. And that's just going to be free. As meanwhile, a couple of 80 carries going head-to-head. The barrier, though, available! And he jumps over Ruler just to die!
HLE getting demolished right now. Looking for some more pressure here on Zeus.
And they might just be able to take him down. Nice knockups do come in, and they're tanking that turret. But Chovy is just so tanky, it's unbelievable. And yeah, that's going to be the end of these two. Hanwha Life Esports, you said it. Gen G are just... They are just steamrolling them here. This is not very close at all.
I mean, they wanted revenge for the summer finals, and they are getting it right now. 2.3k gold lead between 80 carries, 2.2k between top laners. Those are the people you want to have the gold, and they have it in spades right now. 7,000 gold lead at 14 minutes, man. So, I mean...
Oh, I don't want to watch this again.
You burned barrier against Chovy's damage earlier, and yet you still go for this play, and you eat the zap, you eat the ult.
The ward too, the insta ward right on top of him.
I mean, Ruler played it flawlessly, credit to him, but going for that without the barrier, definitely a mistake from Viper. And here, like, Keen has so much more damage and items than Zeus. It's not even close. I just don't understand why you're going for this. Like, you saw Canyon at the end, and he's like, you know what? I have to go in. And then Zeus and Delight are like, well, we have to defend the turret. Apparently, allegedly. Great work from Chovy here. Baits out the CC immunity. And you can see Chovy's tanking the tower this whole time.
Yeah.
Unfazed. Yeah, so some questionable decisions from HLE, but Gen G just zero hesitation. And, you know, it makes sense that they kept their core together and Ruler slotted in, which is obviously quite effective, but I genuinely thought that having a new support, you know, going from Delight and then Lehens, well, Lehens and Delight then Lehens, it would take longer to accommodate and fit her in, but, you know, they feel like a unit already.
They really do, and, you know, even individually, Duro, extremely confident player, you know, even said he wants to be known as the best support player one day. I think that he definitely has a lot of talent, and Gen G believed in him, and we said at the beginning he's a great match for Ruler. You know, Ruler, he's the dominant 80 carry who can tell the guy what to do, who's a little bit newer in the LCK. and he's got the talent to do it. Now, Canyon is going to get isolated here once again. The Vi ult does come in, but look at the huge redemption heal, and they just don't have the damage. They're finally going to get onto that backline, but then Giant Rocket is going to hit Zeka as well, but he is going in. So is Viper. That's a couple of kills now. The Ruler looking for something, but he's going up against 5 people.
Oh, the Galio ult
coming in, and now you've got a front line for Ruler to just go absolutely insane in this fight. Zeus, oh, he's looking for Peanut, actually. He's got it, maybe. One rocket, no, not quite, but he will absolutely take at least a triple kill in this one. And it was a 3v5 that Gen.G were fighting.
You know, it looked good for HLE because Ruler wasn't there. And the second he turned up, it instantly looked good for HLE, sorry, but oh, Peanut should be able to kill Juro here, I think.
Yeah. Well, about being a rookie. I mean, he's not technically a rookie anymore, but yeah. Trying to get some wards down, some deep wards, not expecting Peanut there. A little bit of a oopsie from Duro.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a 6k lead, almost 7k for Gen.G. And I mean, that fight, it looked good for HLE because Ruler wasn't there. That is specifically why this fight was going okay. And even then, it wasn't like they were stomping. You know, it took so long to kill Canyon. Zeka gets chunked out pretty heavily by the Shock Blast. Has to flash away and then dip out. Oh, more action coming through. They actually have a lot of armor shred from the Vi onto this Galio.
He's still so tanky.
Yeah.
He's only got like the...
He doesn't actually have that much armor, but still
item.
very durable.
Durable.
Yes.
I mean, you know, he's on the team, so you have to say it, right? I'm a dad now, so I gotta make dad jokes.
That is true.
That's my only strength, honestly.
All things considered, you kind of been slacking that department.
Yeah, I'm trying to work on it. It's not my forte.
He's still a new dad. I think everyone at home.
That's the thing, you know. I'm like Duro, you know. I'm just face checking in the jungle by myself when I do my dad jokes. So give me some time. I'll work on it.
You're a rookie dad.
We'll get there. Yeah.
Do you see Gen.G trying to force HLE away here and doing a pretty good job of it? And I feel like this is now just going to be the play around Ruler and let him shoot things style of play from Gen.G. Heading up towards top side where they don't currently have a wave, but they are just clearing out all this. Oh, the level 10 on flank.
Okay, well that ult's going to hit Canyon. That's not Ruler, but maybe Zeus can land it. Yeah, he's going to be able to land it. Ruler in a bit of trouble. He's got the Rakan on him as well, but the knockups are coming in from the Lulu, and he has the front line. They can't take him down. He will win the fight once again with his team. Life Esports overextend. And Gen.G, man, with Ruler, they just look like on a whole new level. And they were already so good.
Feels like he never left, honestly. Fitting right in with Gen.G. The team are playing around him, defending him, and he's just popping off. I think HLE, I mean, the gold lead is one thing, but also they just didn't have anyone who did damage hitting Ruler. So he kind of just tanked the CC, the team peeled, and then he turns around and just decimates HLE. Over 10,000 gold lead now. They are so far ahead.
This is a Otacon into GG angle, you would assume here. A lot used to try to get onto Ruler
The
here.
problem is, like, Zeus is level 10. He's lower level than Ruler, the 80 carry. And he's the only one who really has access to him, except you have the level 7 Rakan who managed... Oh, and look at his health. They nearly get him under half HP. Wow.
Viper jumps in.
Yeah.
Wait, he's got Lulu and Barrier and Shield and a Galio in front of him.
You know what I'm going to say? Even if they were even in gold, that would have been a rough fight.
All right, let's listen to their comms here. Just hit the front line. He's calling for the Penta, which is really funny because it got stolen away by Keen. I'm not sure if he got 4. It's only triple, yeah. Yeah, Ruler thought he got a quadra. So that was the discussion there at the end. Yeah, it was just 3, but already game 2 of the series, but match 1, Ruler is calling for a Penta.
Yeah, against HLE of all teams. Ruler probably there like, wait, you lost these guys?
All right, well, you've got the Vi this time. Maybe this is enough. I mean, to be honest, it should be. And finally, Life Esports find the angle. And now where's the damage on Gen G? I mean, you've got a Jace, you've got a tank Galio, Peanut taking a bit of damage, and they're super far down on gold, so Gen G are still considering taking this fight even without Ruler. They say, who needs 80 carries in 2025? We'll just go in with our tank Galio. Look at Toby. He's just punching them.
Dash.
He's just punching them. Yeah, he stops the dash, but he's going for Delight instead, and will take him down. He wants Peanut as well, but the shield comes in. And
you know what? That was actually exactly what HLE needed when they win 10,000 gold behind. But the concept, they got the concept right. The execution, actually no, it was more so they got the execution and the concept right, just they didn't have the finances.
Yeah, the timing just a little bit off.
Yeah.
Like maybe 10 minutes ago.
We have the goal to kind of indicate that, yeah. I mean, this is how the comp works. This is how the comp should function. You press your buttons on Ruler and you kill him. It's that simple.
Yeah.
But you have this Jace, who's kind of like a bruiser Jace, has the Black Cleaver and the, they're looking to contest.
Otacon, the taunt there on Peanut. He's not going to be able to try to get in, and yeah, that's just Otacon buff. And Himalaya Esports, they had to do something. The Rockets are coming in, the zap, and the big one will take him down. Ruler not messing around, and he will be looking for a bit more. Zeka not long for this world either, as they don't quite have a wave in mid, but they've got Otacon buff, and they have Ruler, who is now, I believe, 12-1 on the Jinx. This is an 80 carry. You give him a hyper carry, he will carry your team. And they drafted a wonderful comp around him. It's all looking just beautiful.
Particularly
today.
Jinx. I'm just getting flashbacks from 2023 MSI, where he just ran the tournament on this pick, honestly. And good luck, HLE.
I mean, yeah. Good effort. It doesn't give you any points, though, for doing that. Maybe they can stop the base from going down, but there's 5 revives available, so good luck with that as well. Peanut's going to go down. Not going to have a penta angle for Ruler, by the way, as he is going to be revived. We got TPs coming in. This game is over, guys. NT are, a casual 16,000 gold ahead, 23 minutes in, and they will finally look to end this game after picking up some extra KDA. Just a little bonus. And there you go. Gen G absolutely smack down Himalaya Esports and get their revenge.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it goes without saying. And, there was always a wonder. I mean, the expectation was that, Gen G had Ruler for a while. They knew how to work with him, knew how to play with him. But it's been a bit of time away. It doesn't feel like that. I feel like if you've been in a coma between when Ruler left and now, you wouldn't even have realized that he's gone. He looked formidable, fit well in with the team. And Gen G, we always know they're going to be strong domestically. We know that they're titans of the regular season. I mean, obviously LCK Cup's a different format, but the expectation was that HLE would be their big opponent, that this would be a close series, and I think they just kind of demonstrated they're still on point. They're a league above.
Yeah, and after 5 matches, Group Elder, 4 wins. Group Baron has 1. Group Baron, only DN Freaks were able to take down Nongshim. That's all they have. And after that, all the other Group Elder teams have won. So they're really setting themselves up here to be in a good spot, to have everybody make it into a great seeding for the playoffs. Can't say the same about the opposite side. But yeah, Himalaya Esports, there's Ruler. Not going to talk about Hama right now as he shows off the Gen G logo. It just feels so right? Like you were saying, it's like they wasted no time. He's right back in the lineup. Nothing changes. He's got a new support that follows him around and does his job. It's just the Ruler show. We're right back here. The LCK never changed.
Yeah, I mean, Jura looks, I feel like the story wasn't really about him, but he did his job. I think he was serviceable, and I obviously am hoping to see games where it's more about him, like playing Lulu. It's less about the individual stuff you do.
Unfortunately, with Ruler, I don't know how many games like that he's going to have, but we'll see what the meta looks like.
It's a good start, and considering my expectations was it would take time to build up the synergy between the team, support jungle synergy really important. Jura looked fine, and that was a head scratcher. Definitely some head scratchers from Himalaya Esports. I wouldn't have thought that just changing your top laner would make this much of a difference, but you made the joke about Doran being the shot caller.
Yeah.
The loss of Doran, apparently having some impact here. The loss of Doran is the reason the Viper lost his 1v1, obviously.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, it just felt like Gen G was so cool, calm, and collected. Even when there were plays that went in favor of HLE, they just never seemed phased at any point in this entire series. It felt like it was always, okay, well, they might have got a favorable play at this point. Let's chin it around. Let's do this. Let's do that. And most of the time, it was just Gen G getting the favorable plays. Really, a masterclass of just how to play out these fights. And I feel like even the smaller pieces like Chovy, like interrupting Countless, the recast on the Galio ult, just doing his thing on the the Ornald, sorry, the recast on the Ornald, doing his thing on the Galio, just really everyone playing as you expect Gen G to do.
Yeah, he's saying he's going to go in, he's going to stop it. The Ornald in this one, saying to hit the tower. For Vi. Try not to lose the GA effect if you can help it. Aurora. We don't have Jinx. Oops, I died. Says Ruler.
Wait, and Keen just teleports back in. He's like, hey guys.
You guys are fine though. Without me. Yeah. See, there's a rocket flying across the map as well. But yeah, I mean, this is the two comps we saw from Gen G as well. I feel like especially this one really highlights what Gen G can do, especially when you've got a guy like Chovy. His champion pool it's a champion ocean. He can play anything. You need him to play frontline tank Galio. Yeah, he's going to do it perfectly for Ruler. Like, anybody can carry. This really feels like that team this time.
And it's just crazy that we had, like, so many 80 carry bans, and Ruler still gets Jinx, which...
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like the Jinx for Ruler is such a huge pick, so the fact that that was still open after so many, and, yeah.
Gasp.
Shock.
I could not have guessed it. You know, we talked about game one a little bit. You know, he wasn't really doing like the crazy ash gliding or anything, but he didn't have to. Hey, he did his job on the arrows. Like, the arrows were huge.
Yeah, he had some good arrows. The Jinx game, though, really playing it well. And, yeah, I think it's good to have him back. Good to have him back.
This team, I don't know if anybody's going to be able to beat them, right? Like, if you look at Group Baron, we got DN Freaks, Bro, BNK, T1. It would have to be T1, I think, but...
Big ask.
Time, I don't know. Gen G just looks so strong. But guys, we have the interview ready on stage. Let's throw it over to the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Ruler on the side of Gen G, who just got a 2-0 victory. Congratulations. It's great seeing you, Ruler. Congrats on the victory. How do you feel? During the match, I felt like my heart was about to burst, but I think my teammates did so well, so I'm really glad. You didn't really seem that nervous. Did you try to suppress it? You know, I've never felt this nervous like this before, so I was also quite surprised. You know, we were so excited for the battle of the representatives between Group Baron and Group Elder, so what was the key to today's victory? You know, aside from me, the other teammates in Gen G had really good shot calls, and every single playmaking was actually really carried out very well. So, who do you think played well today especially? I think everyone really played excellently. This is your first match with Duro.
지금을 합을 평가하기엔 좀 애매한 게
First of all, I think it's a little too early to say about our synergy or teammates. I think because you don't really get to do a lot of laning because of all the lane swaps that we're seeing so far. And your teamwork with Chovy was just as fantastic. And especially the Jinx and Galio combo. How was playing with him after such a long time?
분들 볼
You know,
때도 엄청
Chovy,
잘한다고 생각했는데 같이 하니까 역시 더
every time I
잘해졌구나
see him
생각을
play,
많이
he's
했습니다.
always really good, and I feel like right now I can tell that he's gotten even better.
들어서 지금 징크스가 전승을 기록하고 있거든요. 이번 녹서스
And
테마
Jinx is
그리고
actually
이번
on an
메타에서
undefeated streak
징크스의
so
어떤
far.
점이 부각되고 있다고
So
보시나요?
what about Jinx is so strong in this meta?
라인에서도 되게 괜찮은 모습을 보여주고 있고
You know, even in lane swap, she's very decent to use.
보여주는 챔피언이라고 생각해서
And I think
그런 부분들이
this champion is especially shines during team fights as well. So I think that's why her win rate is so high.
그건 잘 모르겠어요. 좀
Do you think we'll keep seeing
해봐야
her?
할 것 같다고 생각합니다.
I'm not too sure about that. I think we'll just have to play it out.
지금 그룹 장로 4대
And with
1로
Gen G's
앞서나가고
victory,
있는데요.
Group Elder just secured 4 wins.
일단
So did you
예상을 전혀 하지
expect to get so ahead?
못했는데
You know, it was definitely not predictable, or I did not expect it at all. I knew that, you know, Group Elder was very strong. And Elder is very strong, so I think it was pretty inevitable. Let's finish out the interview with the slogan you came up with.
좋습니다. 그럼 제가
Should we all shout out Elder over Baron?
둘, 셋.
1, 2, 3. Elder over Baron!
나왔습니다. 감사합니다.
And that's the end of the interview with Ruler, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. As it is Elder over Baron, 4-1 after the first round of matches here in the inaugural LCK Cup, thanks to a 2-0 Gen G over the reigning champs of the LCK, Hanwha Life Esports. Welcome back to the space, Digon alongside Wolf and Wadid, and we finally get our first series that doesn't go 3 games, and it's the champs getting put on their behind by Gen G.
I said it after game 1 that I thought Hanwha would bounce back with their drafting. They certainly did not. Ruler looked fantastic across both games, more of a facilitator on his Ashe. He's 45 and 25 on Ashe in total. His Jinx is 23 and 7. An almost unanimous vote for Ruler as well coming through. The only other person I thought you could have voted for was Chovy, so I respect that vote. And this is my comment: his arrows captured my heart.
He captured the victory as well. That's cutesy, a little cutesy there. All right, what did you have?
I mean, for me, happy to see Nongshim style AD carry on the Nongshim Rift because he's one of the aggressive AD carry player. He never uses his flash backwards. He always flashes in, looking for the penta. And I feel like he's one of the AD carry many normal people just look up to play like him.
Oh yeah, I think you go back to one of the replays from game number 1 when I believe it was Zyra popped the ultimate. He just steps right outside of it. Once it's gone, steps right back on in, never misses a beat. Ornn ult yummy is the quote.
I'll give Chovy some credit for that one, but Zeus did kind of ult with Galio on top of him. But there were a lot of great plays from Chovy. Top damage in that game as well. With an AD carry like this, I tank for life and the life after. That's a great comment there.
I mean, I saw similar comment yesterday as well, but I mean, he's always talking about the tankers. Yeah.
Yeah. Yesterday he said, I would tank for life. This time he says, I'll tank for life and the life after. That's how much he was impressed with Ruler's play today. Let's take a look at the draft, because draft 1 to draft 2, Wolf, you were the one saying, or both of you guys were saying, the draft was weird. It was weird by Hanwha Life, greedy by Hanwha Life Esports. This time, didn't get too much better.
I mean, it's even worse. Probably it's the draft that is worst draft that we have in LCK Cup by far, because I mean, just look at the draft. They have like Ashe and Leona. Once again, you have better supports, and also, I mean, it's just so weird to have like those kind of team cup with Zyra. I mean, sure, if you play perfectly, then it's okay, but it's also same for the game 2 as well. They had so many weird champions together that it doesn't synergizing well together, and also you have Ornn on Zeus, and he didn't even use the ulti correctly once in that game.
Yeah, I mean, the game 2 draft things don't get that much better, like you say, because there's a lot of champs that are going to struggle into what Gen G has put together here. And Gen G kept everything super flexible, right? The Galio lock-in can follow the Aurora if it ends up being flexed, so that's a really cool thing that they lock in there. And then you see bans on Xayah and Ezreal, which is fine, I understand it, but there's nothing locked in just yet. And then Ruler gets to play a well-protected Jinx composition here. There's no way to deny that Lulu to come through, not realistically here, with what's left. And the Ornn could have been a nice frontline for a lot of other AD carries, but the Tristana doesn't really work well with Ornn as a frontliner. Works well with the Vi, works well with the Aurora to try to set up resets, but ultimately you're just outranged massively.
Yeah, let's take a look at the highlights here. First one, 6:30, where, again, just not quite Hanwha Life Esports today.
Probably this is one of the fight that probably Hanwha Life should win harder, because their champions basically they want to look for small skirmishes everywhere. They have Tristana, they have Rakan, they have Vi, so they can jump in wherever they want. So probably they should win harder than that. But after this first moment, they were kind of splitted, and it was really not synchronized.
Yeah, I mean, look at this here for Zeus going back in with Viper, and for what? They're not going to be able to get that last grub, and Zeus has no mana. I mean, yes, it's a Tristana that if he can get a kill, he can get a reset, but they just really weren't aware of the health bars. Then we kind of double down. This is that moment that Coco was talking about earlier, where there's an interrupt on Zeus's ult, and just a really bizarre, super broken up fight. I mean, look at Zeka on the back side of this fight. He can offer really nothing, and you know, it's a reset race between these two teams with Tristana and Jinx, and when you get that first pick and you have the better setup, you're going to win it every time.
And if you're doing the front-to-back just normal team fight, then you cannot win against Jinx Lulu. That's impossible.
Yeah, and we're highlighting those things because it's a high-profile move, obviously the biggest move in the LCK, the most talked-about move in the LCK. Let me correct it, because Ruler might have something to say about that with the Dorn and Zayu switch, but also how disjointed it felt here for Hanwha Life Esports. And then in the mid lane, once you're that far ahead, Ruler and the rest of Gen G just take advantage across the map.
In Viper's defense here, you know, if you can actually win out on this play, if Ruler misses anything, if you sidestep a zap, you actually probably get this kill. But the insta ward here from Ruler, he predicts the jump, he has the barrier advantage. It's just not the play it's not a play that's going to work out, but I think you could really feel the desperation in Viper in this moment. Maybe if I kill him here, we can turn this into something, but ultimately Ruler just outplays him there, has the barrier, and that was really, to me, like the last nail in the coffin. There was so many problems in this draft for HLE, and one desperate move wasn't enough to get them back into it.
I'm just wondering if they planned to pick Tristana or it was just a panic pick. I feel like it was just one of the panic pick that it can happen in Fearless draft, and this is the reason why I'm keep saying that you really need to focus on the draft as a coaching staff. Your players cannot really involve to think about the draft during the game, right? So your coaching staff really need to step up.
Absolutely, and I like that point because coaches can do so many different types of things.
Yeah.
But in draft, you get 30 seconds, that's it. Those quick split-second decisions happen very, very fast. Some coaches better at it than others. Coach Kim, really, really good at it here for Gen G as they take the victory. Let's take a look at the standings after the first round robin. And remember, this was 1s versus 1, 2s versus 2s, 3 versus 3s, all the way across. Any other upset victories will be exactly that, upsets, because you're going to have a higher seed against a lower seed. So Group Elder 4-1 here.
It's really huge that both T1 and HLE, the highest profile teams from Group Baron, fell. And I would say both of them being an upset, right? We did have Chronicler predict Gen G to win this one. I think a lot of people were on Team Gen G coming this, especially on the fan side of things with Ruler coming back. But those two wins are massive because you don't get takebacks on those, and they're really going to affect the rest of the standings and the rest of how these weeks 2 and 3 play out.
Yep. I mean, my biggest reason why I picked the Hanwha Life Esports over Gen G is because of the support gap, but it happened in an opposite way. I feel like Duro fit in the Gen G side really well, and even though it was first game in LCK, it didn't feel like he's playing for the first time.
Well, Group Baron need to get back on track, and if they're going to do so, it's going to be the Bros up against Nongshim. Both squads looking for their first victory and to help out their groups to make it to the LCK Cup playoffs. Who will do it? Let's find out after this short break.
보드를 한번 들어보시겠어요? LCK 컵을 앞두고 저희가 몇 가지 퀴즈를 준비해봤습니다. 선수분들이 누구보다 잘 알고 계실 LCK 선수들에 관련한 문제인데요. LCK 선수들 7분이 계십니다.
출신 연도를 맞추는 건가요?
LCK 데뷔 연도죠?
LCK 기준입니다.
무조건 우리 상혁이 형 먼저. 선수들 사이에서 상혁이 형이 무조건 먼저고.
네, 이때 사진은 좀 어떻게 마음에 드시나요?
옛날 생각이 납니다.
2013년 니달리 하신 그게 데뷔 아닌가요?
이분이랑 좀 많이 비슷해 보이시나요?
도끼가 많이 들어가 있는 것 같습니다.
일단 여기까지 맞출 수 있을 것 같아요.
여기 남은 선수들 중에 제가 데뷔를 더 빨리 했을 것 같고
그다음은 솔직히 이제 다 신인 선수라서 잘 모르겠습니다. 여기 있는 선수들 신인 선수라서
이제 3명 중에 쇼메이커, 그다음 나. 우리 선수인데
유카엘 선수가 먼저 데뷔를 했었던 걸로 기억을 하고
초비 선수.
얘가 좀 얘만 맞추면 되는데 18년도 서머엔 있었는데 스프링 때 있었습니까 이 친구?
이게 유칼 선수. 유칼 선수랑 이제 아마추어 때 친했었는데 KT에서 잘 돼 있어가지고 기뻤던 기억이 있습니다. 이거 말해도 될지 모르겠는데 사실 KT 팬이었습니다. 친한 선수가 팀 들어간 게 처음이어가지고 잠깐 KT를 응원했던 기억이 있습니다. 그래서 되게 많은 도움을 받았던 기억이 있습니다. 저도 아마추어 때.
초비 선수 이제 지훈이가 저랑 같이 LCK 들어갔으니까 같거나 얘가 더 빨리 했을 것 같아요.
저의 이 LCK 미드 데뷔전 상대가 조비 선수이긴 하거든요. 아마 그리핀이 1군에 먼저 올라왔던 걸로 알고 있어서 조비 선수 다음에
제가 19 스프링. 모건 선수는 중국이 좀 오래 있었어가지고 LCK 데뷔를 한화에서 하셨던 걸로 기억하거든요.
그다음에 모건 선수, 그다음에 이제 지우 선수 이렇게 순서인 것 같아요. 제가 생각했을 때.
이렇게 붙여주셨는데요. 좀 고민되는 부분이 있었나요?
저는 이제 마지막인 거 당연히 알고 있고 사실 처음 2명 빼고 다 고민됐습니다.
이렇게 최종 제출하시나요?
사실 바꿔도 이제 모르기 때문에 이대로 내겠습니다.
정답을 틀리셨네요. 맞춰주셨습니다. 정답입니다.
아 정답 맞아요? 아 다행이다. LCK를 좀 좋아하는 사람들이라면 분명히 풀 수 있는 문제다.
무조건 100% 확신합니다.
오답입니다.
진짜요? 진짜로?
많이 틀리셨거든요. 오답입니다.
오답이라고요? 이게요? 틀리면 이 둘밖에 없는 것 같은데.
네, 맞습니다. 그 둘이 틀렸네요.
아.
소비 선수랑 쇼메이커 위치가 바뀌었어요.
지훈이 형한테 사과 영상.
지훈이 형 미안하다. 미안하다.
뭐 제가 그 당시에 같은 팀을 했던 건 아니었기 때문에 뭐 딱히 뭐 그런 건 없습니다.
난이도 올린 밴드를 한번
난이도 더 올리나요?
이번에도 7명의 선수가 준비가 되었는데요.
네.
이 선수분들은 전부 다 LCK에서 펜타키를 달성한 적이 있는 선수들입니다. 펜타키를 기록한 순서대로 붙여주시면 되는 문제예요.
이것도 어렵네.
일단 전부 다 아는 선수인지 물어보고 싶어요.
다 알진 못하고
누구를 모르겠어요.
이 선수분?
로코도폰이 맞나요? 또 흠나컷 머리카락 이야기 흠나같이 돼 있어서
로코도코 선수가 먼저일 것 같고요. 너무 옛날 사람이라 가지고.
그다음에 종인이 형으로 할 것 같고 그다음에 상혁이 형.
네 번째가 이제 여기 계신 익수님.
익수 선수는 제가 기억납니다. 그때 아칼리 아무도 안 할 때 탑아칼리로 펜타킬 하신 거 기억나고.
아칼리로 펜타킬한 게 기억에 남기 때문에 일단 뽑아보겠습니다. 순서는 잘 모르겠지만.
저희 눈치 너무 보지 마요.
어디가 제일 헷갈리세요?
이 사람이요.
대혁이 형, 룰러 선수가
룰러 선수 기억나는 장면 있을까요?
펜타킬 못한 이즈리얼이
자, 벤타! 야이 개이!
룰러 선수가 펜타킬 했다는 사실에 혹시 의심이 가시는 건 아니죠?
했었나요? 제가 좀 열심히 뺏으려고 했던 것 같은데
열심히 시청을 안 했다고 생각을 하고 열심히 시청했으면 좋겠습니다. 그다음이 저 표식 선수 다음이 불독 선수이지 않을까 싶습니다.
혹시 본인의 첫 펜타킬 기억하시나요?
아니요, 기억이 안 나요.
첫 쿼드라킬이나 이런 것도 생각이 좀 나시나요?
첫 쿼드라킬이
펜타킬은 기억을 못 하시다가 첫 쿼드라킬 하니까 갑자기
좀 충격이 컸어요. 어떻게 이걸 뺐지? 약간
Coming in for Ruler, make that a quadra kill. Everything, but Brion, can they hand it over to him? They're certainly trying to do so. One more hit. Nope. Scumbag helper. Welcome back to LCK.
저희 어머니가 주대 있게 살라고 하셨는데 왜 이렇게 흔들리는 걸까요? 얘들아 미안해.
정답입니다. 오답입니다. 오답입니다. 맞추셨습니다. 정답입니다.
몇 년 됐어요, 이 사람?
18년도에
18년도.
정답입니다.
감사합니다. 또 제가 LCK 참 많이 봤거든요, 옛날부터.
정답입니다. 룰러 선수와 같은 팀 할 때 펜타킬 좀 챙겨주는 그런 분위기였나요?
쿼드라킬을 하고 펜타라고 외치면 이건 줘야지라는 생각이 드는데 한타 시작하기도 전에 맞아요. 뭘 1킬 먹을 때마다 펜타인데? 뭐 이러는 거예요. 미친 사람인 줄 알았다.
앞으로 이제 같이 계속 할 텐데 어떻게 펜타를 계속 안 양보해 주실 생각이신가요?
무조건 뺏어야죠. 제가 한번 펜타를 하겠습니다.
수많은 헤이러들이 있지만 끝까지 가면은 먹을 수 있다고 생각을 해서 억가들로부터 열심히 제가 혼자서 잘 성장해서 잘 먹어보고 싶습니다.
when the bite marks cut through the skin.
LCK 브리온 파이팅!
농심 화이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the 2025 LCK Cup. We're getting into the second match of the night. This one is really the hype one that has everything on the line. We had Gen G versus Hama Life. Not very interesting. It was very one-sided. Don't even watch the VOD. Actually, do watch the VOD because Ruler is a madman and his team is really good at drafting.
But it was polite of them to get it out of the way quickly. Have a quick series so we can get to the real meat and potatoes of the night, which is Nongshim against Bro.
Yeah.
Especially with how things are being kind of lining up with the group battle. Group Baron is slacking, so Bro need a win. They need it for the fans, they need it for themselves, they need it for Group Baron, they need it for Dagon.
Yeah, they do. Dagon's going to be very sad if Bro doesn't win this one, but I'm sure he's used to it by now. But that's okay. That's not why we follow Bro by any means anyway. So Nongshim and Bro already taking a loss so far, and they're looking to get one win. One of these teams will have at least one win in the group stage. The question is which one. We were very hyped for Bro coming off their Kespa Cup win with their new roster. A couple of rookies joining up in Hambach, and then we had Hype as well. And Bulls up there as well. And for Nongshim, the other side, they grab a couple of veterans, try to mix some match with the skill of GU and Fisher and a couple of junglers that are rotating. It's going to be interesting to see how it goes, but it didn't look very good at first for Nongshim. And for Bro, not quite able to hit the mark either.
It's also relevant for, obviously your team wants to win, but your placement in the team decides whether you go all the way through, or you have to play still, or if you're the losing group, whether you get knocked out. So important to get your standing in the group up as well.
Yeah, so Edgar had this to say about getting reverse swept. Have they bounced back? He was disappointed. They had a big advantage in Game 3 against DRX, but they played like they did in practice. I suppose practice is not going very well. Nongshim is on a 7-match winning streak against Bro. That's a lot of matches in a row. A trend between two teams since 2023 LCK Spring. That was your debut, Hawks.
Yep. I think I cast it. I think that was one of the first series I cast, if I remember correctly.
Time is a flat circle. We're back.
We're so back. Yeah, and Bro's actually switched out the ready carry, so we saw Hype briefly, and now Bull is coming in. Bull was on Quantum Freaks last year, and I'm not necessarily attributing this to him, but it started off really well, and then went downhill. But that was kind of half of the course for the Quantum Freaks, so don't necessarily put that solely on him, but hopefully we get to see him perform at the level he was when he first came onto the roster and really made some waves.
It's just crazy to me that it's been 293 days since we've seen Bull play in the LCK. Like, I could have sworn he played in summer, but I guess not, And here he is, out for Bro tonight, as the two teams will walk out on stage and give the fist bumps. Maybe we'll get some flexes from the Giga Chads in green. Let's see. Just some fist bumps so far, as Paulo towers over everyone.
I also think Bull just kind of suits the Bro vibe. When he was starting for Quantum Freaks, had a lot of fun moments, showing a lot of personality, flexing for the camera and stuff. So hopefully he gets the chance to do that today.
Well, we're doing some. They're looking up at the ceiling. Okay, they figured it out. And Gideon coming in here to start for this matchup.
Some routines we see, I'm like, they definitely practice that at home. I don't think they did with that one. I think that was spur of the moment.
Yeah, have to get a win against Elder Group, who is now 4-1 right now. You do not want to be in the losing group based on this new format. It will not be good for your chances. You will be not having a good seed.
Don't want to be at the bottom of your group. That's the thing, is like, obviously you want your group to do well, but you want to be at the top of your group, so you're in a much better position. So the wins are important for you and for your team.
If you're last place and you're in the losing group,
you're out.
Done.
Yeah.
That's it. Your LCK Cup is done.
And if
you play 3 weeks of matches, 2.5, That's it.
And if you're in the last place and you're in the winning group, you have to play against the top teams from the losing group. So
in the plans, yeah.
Yeah, and those are the teams who will have beaten you because you're at the bottom of your group.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely better to be in the winning group, but also better to be at the top of whatever group you find yourself in, I think is the memo, the lesson from this one. So new format, things have changed a lot, but you know what's the same, Brendan? Wins are good. That is what we're learning.
If you're confused, you're like, "What's the LCK Cup? I don't know what's going on." It doesn't matter. It's fine. Just win, and you're gonna be good. You're golden. That's all you gotta do.
Yeah, there's this new system in place where the more you win, the better your season goes. Gen G kind of mastered that last year, so I feel like they're implementing a similar strategy. Bro and Nongshim, not as good at that strategy in the past, but hoping to show be a bit better at it now.
They've been working on it, that whole winning thing. You know, I like how our production phrased it as well. You know, Bro desperate for a win, they bring in Bull. It's been a long time since we've seen him, and we don't really know what his form is like. As you mentioned, he was very up and then he was very down with Kwangdong. So is he on an upswing right now? He must be for them to put him in. Like, we were all very hyped for hype, right? He is a fantastic prospect from CL. We knew what he's capable of. Wasn't really quite able to show it all. So I think maybe they want to bring in that more veteran player in Bull, even though Bull doesn't have a huge amount of LCK experience. He has been playing for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know exactly how practice has been going. From what Edgar said, it seems like not so hot, but definitely trying different things. Obviously, these wins are really important, so, you know, they've had these two players on the roster, so they can obviously switch between them depending on the situation. Do I think that the previous series was specifically Hype's fault? I don't think so, but hopefully they can find something better. And again, you know, a lot of people, you think about Bro, you think about Nongshim. Historically, we've seen them in recent years towards the bottom of the table. But Nongshim got some big names on their roster, and Bro won Kesper Cup. So I feel like expectations have been higher as a result. You know, the fact that Nongshim have Lahens and Kingen now, both players who have obviously gone a long way, both domestically and internationally. Well, Kingen also internationally, a World Twin and Lahens.
Yes, pretty good. Yeah,
that's pretty good. It's pretty all right.
If you keep winning, eventually you get that.
Well, going back to this, you know, it's tried and true. But getting the draft, you know, K'Sante, Yone, very popular bands at the moment. The Corki band coming through, not something we've seen as much in a first rotation ban, but Skarner, definitely part of the course. Other picks that Academy left open. The bot laners, so Ashe, Varus, Kalista often get a look in, the Vi's gone, so a lot of AD carries still open that we often see banned away, so a lot of power there. I know that Bull is a menace on Kalista. That is a pick he is known for, so this first pick from Nongshim to deny it makes a ton of sense. I guess in the context of it, Bro were like, maybe they'll leave us Kalista, but we don't want them to have Kalista Nico. And Nongshim were like, we're not leaving you Kalista. So ban the Nico if you want, we're taking that regardless.
Yeah.
I guess into this, Ashe or Varus both do fine in Kalista. Is playable, but you definitely want an AD carry with that early pressure. You're not forced to take it now. They will take the Ambessa, but they do deny that Renata away. So no Kalista Renata, no Kalista Nico. Trying to trim the tools that are available to Lahens.
Yeah, I mean, those are the best ones. The thing is, though, is that you can only do so well. I mean, Kalista can pretty much go with anything, you know? You got an Enchanter who needs a little bit of extra protection. Maybe not the best, but it can go with the Kalista. You got a tank that you want to throw in and create some waves in the team fight. That can pair with the Kalista.
Yeah, I think the logic here is that with Nico gone, Nico is like the premier Kalista pairing when you're into Renata. So I think they're trying to force Nongshim to take a melee support, which is bad into Renata, but we'll see. I mean, it's Lahens. Of all players, he is definitely one to stray away from the norm and bring out some spicy picks from the support wall. I guess him and Carrier. But we do see the Rumble and the Sejuani come through, which are just LCK staples at this point. So nothing too crazy shown there from Nongshim. And now, Brion, I think you take AD carry here if you want to secure like the Varus or the Ashe. But looks like they're more focused on the Aurora. Not as concerned about those AD carry picks for Bull, which makes me think they have something prepared in their pocket.
I mean, that's the other thing, because Bull can just play Draven Renata, right? He is a huge Kalista player, but he's also a huge Draven player. So if you ban Ashe Varus, he's like, okay, I'll just play Draven. So,
so
you have to ban Draven, which means one of Ashe and Varus is available, and he can just play that instead.
Yeah, I think maybe the Varus would make more sense. I feel like Ashe not really a pick I would expect to see Bull bring out, but I mean, I'm sure he can play it, but not something I attribute to him necessarily. The Blitzcrank ban away from Hens makes complete sense. That pick is obviously something he likes to lean on, but also great into Renata specifically, and Jace just going to be denied. Concerned that maybe Fisher would play it in the mid lane. I mean, in theory, it could be flexed. I mean, in theory, the Rumble could be flexed to support if we're talking really crazy stuff, but kind of keeping it what we expect is that Rumble in the top lane. Now, will they ban an 80 carry here, or will they go, look, we can't ban them both, let's just ban something else? And it looks like that's the option, so, you know, they opt to get rid of the Xin Zhao. They know that one of these 80 carries is going to go through for Bull, which I think you can just take here. Maybe if you're concerned about support counter pick, you leave it, but I think just take 80 carry here. And then the final pick, you can kind of see a bit more of the composition, and he does take the Varus, which I think is not much of a surprise.
Yeah, kind of following this draft, it all kind of makes sense so far, you know. I'm curious to see how this is going to round out for Nongshim. It feels like at the moment you kind of just press R buttons and you've got a target and you kind of go all in. Will they get a bunch of picks that can go well with that? And why is Fisher laughing? What has he got up his sleeve? Elise for Lahens.
Yeah, Elise support. We've been seeing this played a good amount. And honestly, this probably makes sense as a good lane in Renata. If you land the Cocoon, like one of the things that Renata struggles to do, the reason Blitzcrank is a good pick is like longer range engage. If you have to run into it, it's problematic, but if you throw the Cocoon, you can throw a full combo. A lot of burst damage between this bot lane of Nongshim. We'll see with the mid lane pick. And they're going for the Smolder. So, you know, this is a team composition where you have a lot of early power, and they're like, you know what? Let's slam some insurance in. Let's get coverage for the late game.
Yeah,
that
and
is what the Smolder is.
You got 2 layers of fire. You know, Rumble drops his ult on top of a CC target. Now we got Nocturne on the opposite side. But yeah, you drop that, you drop Mom on top of that, right? You just get a bunch of layering damage. And obviously it's not going to do too much damage. But yeah, it is kind of that late game insurance policy. Whereas on the opposite side, the Nocturne, you know, we've seen it with the Orianna for obvious reasons. I'm not sure how I feel about it in this draft in particular.
Yeah, I mean, it gives a lot of threat. I mean, there's a lot of dive potential from this top side of Bro, specifically if you're targeting the Kalista or you're targeting the Smolder. They have tools to take them out. But it definitely feels like, you know, this Kalista Elise lane is going to be problematic to deal with. Also, we talked about towers being hard to dive. Elise, you know, you can just repel and drop the aggro. If it ends up being a swap situation to avoid this problematic lane, they will just dive your top laner very comfortably.
Yeah, I'm sure that Lahens has been practicing, and he is ready for whatever it takes. If it's dives, if it's just, you know, playing standard Elite support as well as you can do that. You know, that's pretty cool. Wearing sunglasses indoors. Ah, she recently got LASIK, so that's why. So she can only watch with the sound. Well, there you go. That's one way to enjoy the LCK Cup.
Yep. Honestly, the last series when Zeka Valkyrie'd in probably was a better experience if you only had the sound.
Yeah,
no one wanted to see that.
Yeah. Well, guys, we got game number 1. Let's jump into it now. And here we go, game 1 between Nongshim and Bro. If you're new to the LCK for some reason, and you don't know, hey, like, why is Lahens playing Elise support? This guy, he played Singe support, and he played Elise support for a very long time in solo queues. Famous for it, and it's actually pretty good nowadays. So at the same time, we got Lahens. If he has any excuse to play this kind of champion, he will. And this is a very easy one, especially with the Kalista. because you can drop in, you can do a bunch of burst damage, you can be saved, thrown back, you know, or you can be thrown forward, maybe to land a cocoon. You got some really nice long engage with that.
I mean, especially, we've seen a lot of supports running heal instead of Ignite recently in the LCK. The fact that you have Ignite, you have Elise, you have Electrocute, which, you know, last year got buffed to have more early damage. I genuinely think level 3, any target in the game, you can just burst down on like a full rotation between Elise and Kalista. We do see the swap coming through. And as I said, if there's any support that can pull off a dive, I think Elise is that champion. You can see them zoning Morgan away from XP and also chunking him out a bit. So really setting up for a potential dive later if we see Gideon path on over here. Right now on the opposite side of the map, though.
I feel like Jiwoo's one of the AD carries with the most restraint in the LCK. Like, the fact that he's going ahead zoning Morgan instead of going for the melee minions and just letting all 3 die as an AD carry player. Wow, respect.
Yep,
yeah,
and
that's what you got to do.
XP is king in the early game. If you deny levels from Morgan, it's going to make the dive so much easier. We saw earlier in the previous series, this fending off the dive as Ambessa, but getting those levels, getting those extra abilities, it really makes a huge difference in these early plays. Now we do see Hollow moving over, kind of being there to defend in case a dive was to happen. And obviously with no jungler there, might be tricky to do this 2v2. Oh, never mind.
Oh, the flash in with the cocoon, but with the Renata shield especially, it is going to save his life. You see that Lahens, he's got the repel, he goes up, doesn't take the second tower hit. And Morgan will be safe, but definitely a little bit shaken after that play.
Yeah, really low on HP now as well. And that was a level 2 dive. When level 3 comes in, which Jiwoo has just hit, going to be a lot of threat as well. So he doesn't die, but the pressure is there on Morgan. And Olu, fortunately, hits level 2 as well, so has some abilities you can use. Not a fun lane to be in, if I'm going to be honest, but to be fair, Kingen not really having fun playing into Varus either.
I mean, at least it's just the Varus, but yeah, still not going to be too fun. He's just farming under turret. And Gideon has gone for a full clear. Skull Crab, he's going in, going to drop a ward probably in the enemy jungle. And he's actually just going to sit here and wait for Hambak. And, okay, has found him, and you know what? Lahen's here. Maybe if he had flash, could have made something happen, but he used that in the play on top.
He was a bit closer, maybe it could have happened. Spell shield used by Hambak to block the second part of the W.
Oh, now he got the cocoon, and Hambak in a bit of trouble, has to flash away. And you can see that meanwhile, Nongshim, Gideon, able to pick up all the Raptors pretty much.
You know, it's such an interesting dynamic where you have a range support into Renata, which is obviously something you want rather than like a melee support. Pairs well with Kalista, but also stacks the Sejuani passive really fast when you're in Spider form. So it actually syncs well with multiple champs on the side of Nongshim. And bro, I feel like in terms of early pressure, you just can't really match up right now to that that pairing. We do see Kingen returning to the top lane now. Is pretty far ahead compared to Morgan, but we can see that Jiwoo is down compared to Bull, so all in all, things are balanced as a team, but advantages and disadvantages across some of these lanes.
Yeah, Fisher just gonna sneeze on Closer there. Bless you, Fisher. And that's gonna keep Closer around. Closer does not have his teleport, and he's relatively healthy, but he doesn't have a lot of mana, so he's just kind of catching waves. He doesn't have a lot of lane pressure because of that, and you know, in one sense, that does mean that Fisher gets to just free farm, but also it does mean that there's not a lot of trading going on, which is another great way to get some stacks. So Fisher, happy and sad. He's just going to go back, buy up some more items, and head back to the mid lane. Kind of funny to see not Jiwoo playing the Smolder, by the way.
Yeah, definitely a very memorable Smolder performance we had from him last time. You can see the ends of Jiwoo. If they had full information, I think they could very comfortably dive Morgan there, but didn't know if there was anyone around. Polly was waiting in the wings, so they end up backing off and just clearing out some vision. Don't want to overstep and make a mistake, and the Hens not having flash does mean it's a little bit trickier to pull off those dives than otherwise. Now moving up towards the Grubs. And remember, this is a pre-6 Nocturne, so Hand back the goal is just get a grub and get out. They're actually TPing in. He did get that smite. So he'd be happy just to leave now.
They're actually looking for the fight here as they want to take down Gideon. And it's not quite going to happen, but they do bully them out. Oh, that flash handshake though on a Lahens. And there you go, first blood. Also given over to Bro here. As a bit of damage from Mom, but that's about it, as we'll have a least grub get smited down, and Bro are so happy with that fight.
Triple grubs, they can be super happy with that outcome, and it feels like Nongshim just weren't as prepared to fight this. You know, I'm thinking Nocturne level 5, not really having the impact, but ends up just being heavily favored towards Bro, and also Bowl, who has been solo lane on level 6 already. Jiwoo only level 4 on this Kalista. That is a pretty large difference. And I think one of the things was as well, so, you know, Rumble isn't able to get prio against the Varus here. The ult comes in, does a decent amount of damage, and they kind of disengage. But Rumble's so late, and he's level 6, he's got a lot of power, but by that time, at least he's already dead, Jiwoo was disengaging. It just feels like Bro was so much more prepared to take this fight than Nongshim were.
Yeah, it's almost like Nongshim didn't want to take a fight, but they wanted the grubs. And Bro are like, yeah, by the way, we're in the game. Like, we are going to challenge you over this, and we are prepared to do so.
Yeah, now having...
Like, oh, no.
Getting all 3 grubs, so you got a little bit of progress towards his neutral objective. Feats of strength, you also got first blood, so Bro a lot closer to ticking those boxes than Nongshim are right now. You can see, this is kind of the outcome. Bull is obviously ahead of levels compared to Jiwoo, has a lot of power there, but his top lane matchup not fun for Morgan right now.
Yeah, not really much he can do about it. He's very far behind. Down a level, down almost double CS, and it's Rumble, so just kind of sitting back. It was nice to see the choice to go for Sejuani Rumble. I feel like we have seen a lot of teams kind of go for weird stuff. Even Humble Life Esports in Game 1 of the last series just kind of being a little bit too fancy. They're like, no, we'll just go for the strong picks that do things, and we can build a comp around it. Rounding it out with Smolder wasn't on my bingo card, though. Looks like Bro, second objective, just like that, Ocean Drake on the cards for them, and that's a very nice early Drake to have.
And to get First Blood, to get all 3 grubs, and to get Ocean Dragon with a Nocturne, and he hasn't even pressed ult yet, that feels so good for Bro. I mean, it feels like they're kind of hitting everything they want in terms of how this early game is going so far. And the fact that Morgan was the one to pick up the kills, so despite the fact he is down in terms of experience, he is pretty close in terms of gold, all things considered.
Trying to set something up here on a closer who does have his flash, and it's Smolder.
It's not plausible. I mean, I don't see a situation where you're able to get the Aurora. At most, you probably force a roll, and then she just like bounces to the other side. So, don't see anything, don't find anything. Lahens looking for some aggressive angles here. Has gotten the Sork shoes rush, so moving speed for getting around, but also just that flat pen, so much damage. Wouldn't it be neat if you could upgrade those boots even further?
Yeah, that would be pretty neat. They should add that to the game. They did. I don't think they've added it to this game for Nongshim, though.
No. I mean, Bro need... These next grubs are coming up. If they get 3 of those, they got it. If they get a dragon, they've got it. And Nongshim needs so much to deny it, to get it themselves. I don't want to say it's like 100%, but I think it's kind of locked in for Bro. In fact, I would actually go as far as to say is, if Nongshim don't find a good angle to fight, they should just give up the feats of strength, because, you know, trying to prevent it might just end up costing you more.
Yeah.
Maybe if you get like a tower, then we're kind of talking, but not super realistic. A grub, a single grub. Grab a single grub and dip, that would work, but we'll see. We do see recalls coming in now from Fisher. He's heading towards the bot lane, does have that TP. They're moving Kingen up with that equalizer, so they want to see if they can make something happen here. Could end up being the first Nocturne ult of the game.
I mean, they know that he is right there, and they should be ready for it this time, I hope, for Nongshim, and they're just going to get one and get out and just try to deny the objective. Cocoon lands, but a cleanse, and Bull is just fine, as now the equalizer comes in after all of that. Palu in a bit of a rough spot, but he has the ability to maybe survive. No, he's going to go down, and Bessa as well. Morgan going way too deep. He's out, and that's 3 kills for Nongshim just like that.
Yeah, huge team fight comes out from Nongshim. They did the homework this time. They were prepared, so much more ready. Unfortunately, they don't get the 3 grubs for themselves, so still behind in those feats of strength, but the fight goes in their favor. I feel like the target selection was pretty on point there. The difference it makes having your Rumble there in the fight, we'll see. A little bit of a misplay was the ult from Gideon. The cleanse had already come through, and it's a shortened one, but then this Equalizer managing to clip Bull, but also at the front line. They focus down Polu quickly, Handback dives in, Hens bounces in with a Callisto ult, and just so quickly the fight goes in favor of Nongshim. And it feels like it was a mirror of the earlier fight at Grubs in the other direction, where Bro just weren't prepared, weren't ready for the fight to happen.
Yeah. You can say what you want about champion strength and stuff like that, but like in Mbessa that's this far behind and zoned away from the rest of her team and like not really able to find a good angle to go in with the Nocturne, you just got melted and didn't do anything. Like, it's not even really Morgan's fault. It's just the way that Nongshim were able to set up these early lanes and really set him behind. We have full Leandries now done for King, and we have, you know, a couple of stuff found in a toolbox here for Morgan, so he's got a long way to go.
Yeah, and the thing is, as the game goes on, it's going to be more and more important that Bro get onto Nongshim's backline. I feel like the entire top side, that's going to really be their goal, is connecting onto the key targets. Whereas, you know, Bull can obviously, he can fire some ults, he can fire some big arrows, he can connect with them, but he's not really able to cut through the front line of Nongshim particularly quickly. And considering, you know, Sejuani is going to be very bulky, we've seen like bulky Rumble builds as well. This Lethality Varus, you really need to be hitting key targets. It's going to be about threatening that backline for Bro and landing the engage.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we'll see if they can do that. They have some pretty nice dive with the top side combo. I feel like the Varus and the Renata is a bit of, you know, well, Bull's going to throw in some arrows, and if somebody gets low, we've got the ability to maybe keep them alive with the Renata.
Yeah, that's my one concern, is like the Renata.
Oh. Bull is in trouble. Has the flash. Didn't have cleanse, so.
Yeah, some interesting things. So we had the lethal tempo come out from Bull, which typically means like on-hit Varus, but he has gone for Lethality, so not sure if it was like a decision that changed once he got in a game, or maybe it's just so he has a bit more DPS with that Lethality Varus. The Renata, though, I feel like doesn't fit as well with the rest of the comp. It was picked up as a denial, but we'll see what they can get done here. They are looking.
Yeah, I mean, we're just going in with the dive, trying to get that back line, but it's just the Kalista ult once again to bounce up the Nocturne, but now, no, he's just going to be burnt to a crisp by the Rumble. Morgan finally takes out the Kalista, but at what cost? So many low health bars, though. Closer has to chase potential. That's a double kill for the Aurora. Very good stuff at the end of that fight for Bro to try to claw their way back in this game.
Got a lot of value there, Closer doing a lot of work with the ultimate, and Nongshim kiting back, diving away, but just felt like they couldn't get the damage out initially. I think for me, Fisher was a little bit overextended here. So, you know, he gets hit by the Nocturne Q that goes by, has to flash immediately to get over the wall, and then they all get caught by this Renata ult. I was talking like maybe the Renata ult not syncing as well with the comp, but if you get an ult like that, you're always going to get huge value. Polu doing a massive amount there, and then Closer just with a chase down to pick up those kills. So, huge value on that Renata ult there. And it feels like we're going back and forth, you know, in terms of teams finding their win cons, finding their team fight win cons, and landing these engages that they need.
Yeah, it is a very important fight as well because, you know, it prevents Nongshim from taking that dragon away. I wouldn't even be surprised if we just group up around this again. The difference being, though, that the Rift Herald is going to spawn in 50 seconds. So Nongshim, they want to get this bursted down first. And looks like we are going to have the rest of Bro just hang around the top side of the map and just give this one up. So
yeah, it's good that Nongshim are able to get this. I guess Bro not really comfortable fighting without their ult. I feel like their team comp is so much more ult reliant, and they are some long cooldowns. They even have like the Hex plate from Nocturne, ultimate ability haste. But this is one of the problems though with Bro already having that first blood and being 2 out of 3 is that it's not enough just to take Dragon. You also have to take Herald. You also just have to keep chaining these objectives, because if any of them go over to Bro, you lose feat strength.
Yeah, and can't lose a turret, you know?
Yeah, so they have to really be on point from here on out, and considering how back and forth this game has been, not going to necessarily be easy. Bro kind of getting control of this area now. Some good vision as Nongshim lean towards the Dragon. They kind of secured some wards here and get the Scuttle Crab, and now this might be it for Nongshim. We'll see them scry over, but the Hens just went to base. So maybe Gideon tries to steal maybe a late contest, or maybe they just, it looks like a late contest is coming in. TP from Kingin, can Gideon get there in time? I don't think so.
So they're going to give the feats of strength, and then they're going to go for the fight. The Renata Glass Skulls here just to try to get out, but look at the Wombo combo coming in, as we do have a kill from Closer to start out though, and everybody survived, and now this Ambessa is just running wild, but again, not very fed. Kingin level 11 as well. That's going to scare them off, but again, Bro just got kind of a free Rift Herald plus a kill, and now you got the enhanced recall, you just get out.
Close is playing on another level compared to everyone else. It felt like everything was hitting for Nongshim. It looked like the textbook, hey, we're hitting all this AoE, they should be good, but just assassinating the Kalista. So we see the ults quite early, the Equalizer does a decent amount of damage, and then this combo of the Kalista ult, the Smolder ult, this turnaround from Handback and Closer, this mid-jungle duo, getting so much value here. And then the rest of Bro just gets to walk away. Morgan buys them some time and they disengage. So, considering the cool impact ultimates came from Nongshim, the fight didn't go over to them, and now feats of strength gone to Bro.
Yeah, you know, I think this composition on paper, you know, you line up a Sedge ult, a Kalista ult, you drop everything on top, but we're seeing a lot of like, okay, I'm going to Equalizer now, and okay, now we're going to throw in the Elise, and how about we, you know, I think it's not like, it's not as crisp as I think it needs to be for how close this game is.
You know, I think Nongshim obviously went for the late game insurance of this Smolder, but it just feels like now they're getting absolutely pummeled with the premiums because the Aurora is doing so much more. And the impact Close is having on this fight is substantial. Like, yes, it's not like on Fisher. I'm not saying Fisher's not doing his job.
Oh boy. Well, we're in a lot of trouble here for Jiwoo as there's just no escape. Hambak again making a play, and he's got one target. It's the Kalista every single time. Lens!
He's gone. Where'd he go?
Wait. Why was he there? That's a ton of damage, though, from the Rumble and the one-tap with the auto. And an Equalizer here. Kingin's like, all right, well, the Hens did that, but I am Kingin, and I am looking to get some extra kills on the board. Flash forward, but now the rest of the team is here. This is getting real messy as coming down is Bob Fisher looking for some extra kills. Bold, a nice flash away from the Q by the Sejuani there, Gideon. And all the while, the Rift Herald was just pushing mid.
It's just so volatile. It's just so back and forth. Very chaotic here. So initially, this is a great pick from Bro. There is no complaints at all about this. They just pick up Jiwoo, no sums, isolated, fantastic. Then they try and look for the Hens. And again, like, I think this is fine up to this point. I think the problem is after that. You know, Morgan starts getting roasted by Kingin. He could just ult out, but he ults in, thinking, I can fight him. Kingin is so strong already. And then the rest kind of get baited in. You can see Handback hovering around for follow. That ends up getting hit. He ends up overstaying as a result, and then this TP flank. Like I said, I feel like the Smolder not really hit the late game yet, but Fisher is doing everything he needs to. Connects the ult, comes in, cleans up a kill, some extra gold for the Smolder, really appreciated. And considering this game is now slightly in favor of Nongshim, you know, I think when Bro were pulling ahead, when Bro was looking good, that's when the concern was. But if Smolder gets online, the game is just going to be cooked.
Yeah, it's one of these games that I think, for better or for worse, has been very back and forth. You know, we've had teams get leads and then just not be as clean as they need to be to continue with those leads. Again, Voracious Atakan is the only one we have here.
Yeah. Oh, right now it's actually Nongshim's turn to throw. So they're heading over to Atakan. We'll see.
Doing Atakan at 20 minutes with all 5 members alive, with only 1,000 gold the lead.
Against Nocturne Aurora.
Yeah.
It's a bold decision. And one they have currently opted out of, so I respect that. There is Dragon coming up. It is Cloud Soul. But they are moving towards to get mid prior, but not really leaning towards the Dragon. They want Atakan, apparently.
I mean, if you can get control of mid and top, you can at least try to beat it, right? There's not a lot of vision around here. As there's the Cocoon, and you have so much follow-up. Somebody had to check, and this time, unfortunately, it is Palu, the president.
And you know, even though, like, of all the people to lose, you'd rather lose your support than anyone else, the Renata ult is so powerful in these fights. And the fact that you're losing the person providing vision, Nongshim like, cool, we got to pick, time to go, Atakan. And they will lose Dragon in return, but, you know, it's a Dragon apiece. I don't think losing a Dragon here is that big of an issue. The question really is going to be, what can you do with this Atakan? And I'm looking mid and bot of those low towers. I think you can do a lot. Even the Celestial opposition won't save Hollow here. It's unfortunate because someone kind of had the face check, but it was a good trap set by Nongshim. They did their homework with that vision control. Dragon was secured by Bro. And I'm looking like mid towers low, bot towers low. We've seen games before where you get the Atakan buff and you take, you know, 4 or so towers in a push. This is what Nongshim should be looking to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's really all you want to do with this kind of buff. Even if you do die, if you're getting trades, it's not a real trade. And you could just see Morgan like farming the bottom lane. He's just totally absent in this game. And again, I'll reiterate, it's really not his fault. Like, yeah, face checking the Rumble, that was his fault. But the way that the early laning phase played out against the Elise support, like how often is he going to play that? And then he had to go up against a Fed Rumble. But now they're looking for Lehens. And here's an equalizer, pretty good. And the follow-up into Ambach as we are just jumping on in, taking down the Nocturne. And looking for a bit more closer. Has to go into the ult and just hop away. Nongshim find another one.
I would love to see how that looked from Lehens' perspective, because he got ulted and then was like getting thrown back to base while getting thrown. Very weird, very strange interaction coming out there, but ultimately Nongshim get what they want. At least not the target you want to go for. I mean, with the Atakan buff, it doesn't really matter if you die, but the fact you have Calista ult and the Repel, easy to shake stuff away, and now they get towers they want in the bot lane. They're looking mid as well. If they can get 4 towers here, I think that is very much a successful use of the buff.
Yeah. You don't have to 5-man dive. You don't have to give them the extra blood petals and gold. But that's more fun, right? Unless, wow, that's a lot of, wow. I mean, Jiu, he's kind of out of the fight now, and he will be taken out. Hambach, he is going for those flowers. He is going for that 100 gold, and you know what? The backline is totally just destroyed. They will collect everything here. And, you know, they were just looking for one thing. They got Palu. They didn't get the 4th turret. It's maybe not as good as it could have been there for Nongshim, but they'll take it.
I think they're still very with it. And they get more stacks for Smolder.
Yeah,
so
you know.
That's something at least. But yeah, going on Lehens, so... Because he goes up, goes down, dies, and then he gets like... I guess he was still channeling? Like the... I wonder what happened if he'd stayed inside for longer. Would he have been like yanked back out of it, or would he? I have no idea. You know,
he like respawns, gets pulled all the way back.
That
to
would
the
be
fight.
sick.
Yeah. Intended.
Yeah, intended. And we see here, you know, just diving on the back line, very aggressive. King unfortunately can't get closer, but they do burn his flash, and obviously it's the Atakan buff. We don't really care if we're hinting. It's just, it's very goofy. And still a huge goal lead for Nongshim. He wants it. He wants a Heartsteel stack. You know what? I think it makes me a bit sad how many times you see in Pro where like the Heartsteel stack goes unprocced and you know they want it, but they have to like not. They have to show.
They have to be professional.
Unlike the average ARAM player who'll just die repeatedly for single Heartsteel stacks. We've all done it. We all know how it is.
Hashtag worth.
That HP is permanent.
Yeah. And you're stacking. Think about the dopamine. It just feels so good.
It accumulates so well, right? The more HP you get, the bigger the proc is. The more HP you get, the bigger the proc. It just...
Yeah, it's unavoidable. Putting honestly, something like that in the game is dangerous.
That's a take. You get the Atakan buff, so you can just go through the enemy team and get 5 procs.
Yeah.
And then die, and it doesn't matter.
That's great. Morgan's still not having a great time. The 2 solo laners here on the side of Nongshim are level 15. He's level 12.
Yeah.
He has 1.5 items to 2.5 of Kingin. He just, this is not an Ambessa that is playing the game at this moment, so.
Yeah, this is...
227 stacks.
Not looking great. Looking a little bit rough. And Kingin is just so absurdly strong right now. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. And we have got Smolder over 225 stacks. So it's going to happen. He's going to be pretty strong. Almost has a rapid fire cannon as well. I think that's really where you'll start to feel it when you get the longer range Qs. But yeah, I think Nongshim now, you know, obviously the Atacam buff is something where it tells you, hey, we want to fight, but I think also just the smaller stacks are like, you know what, it's go time. Jiwoo is on a ward, so they could just kill him.
I mean, they're all on a ward, and Bull just going to face check it with Cleanse, and that's going to be good. That's going to be the end of Jiwoo. As now, flash forward, the engaged Renata, and Morgan actually finds an angle. Can he do anything with it is the question. And can they kill Kingen? Another good question. As Hanbok, he is not going to be revived. It does look like Kingen eventually should go down to closer here. They have vision. He's level 16. It is a huge kill to take down Kingen at this point in the game. Bro, keeping their hopes alive.
Yeah, and Nongshim should just be able to move over and pick up this dragon, but the fight going in favor of Bro, not obviously ideal. Gold lead kept pretty close. Closer is just monstrously strong now on this Aurora, and it kind of feels like it's just, they just kill Jiwoo consistently. It's so easy. It doesn't even feel like they have to put that much effort in. They just drop a couple of ults, and then the fight kind of pans out from there. Jiwoo being on a ward here, and you can see the team start to corral in, and he just goes down so quickly. We end up seeing Kingen coming in and just kind of melting people. He does do an absurd amount of damage. Hanbok is allegedly tanking. That flash was questionable, I would say. I think he should have not flashed there and let someone else chase him down, but they do eventually get him, so I don't say where. Oh, do they have Callisto ult? They don't.
Yeah, listen, not even there. Lands just out warding, and this is... Again, from minute one, it's been like this, where the game has gone back and forth and back and forth, and you were joking, okay, it's Nongshim's turn to throw. They finally did it. They did do it eventually.
It feels like, you know, there's been so much action in this game. Like, if there was potentially, like, 2 neutral monsters, one spawned if there's a lot of action, one spawned if there wasn't that much action, you would think the action one would have spawned, you know?
Yeah, well, Dan, I know maybe you're not up... okay, we'll have to hold the memes. We do have King in a huge angle here, but also closer in the front line. Paulo is just being beat down right now, but look at Fisher as well. I mean, Bull also pretty strong. Hanbok looking for the Q! And one more would have done it from the Varus, but it's not quite in range.
You know, they have the pressure that potentially you'd think a team could turn on a Baron now, but one of the problems is they burn the Aurora ult, which is a big tool, but also their Baron damage is kind of just abysmal between their composition, so not really interested. Not really interested in being stuck in a Baron pit against what the enemy team has. So we see Lehens. He made a mistake of existing. That was his problem. Honestly, didn't have the backup from his team. You can see no one's really that close to help him out. But yeah, Gideon whiffing the ult a bit. And then Kingen just punch damage. Like, he ults and he hits 2 of his harpoons. And Paulo nearly dies. That's all he needs to do. I mean, I know the ult from Fisher hit as well, but still. It's getting kind of crazy.
Lehen's got to focus up as well. Second time he's been caught kind of in a really random spot by Palu as well, you know, just with the handshake. This time around it was more of just the Nocturne pressing R, but you got to know that they have Nocturne, right? And you're alone.
Like, I'm going to be real, in solo queue, you can you see people play stuff like, I've seen Echo support, Sylas support, LeBlanc support, Zoe support. You kind of get fed, you kind of do as much damage as a real carry because you have like 13 kills. This doesn't happen in pro play. You know, like, Lehens is building damage. I'm not saying he shouldn't be, but his damage is not going to be comparable to like Closer, who nearly has a Rabadon's completed. So this is a very squishy Elise who can't really one-shot anyone. Compared to, like, you have your support item and you have Lichbane, and Closer did just pick up the Rabadon. So it might just turn into a Cocoon bot.
Yeah.
Still doing a little bit of damage, but definitely not the most... We pick Elise for the early game. We don't pick Elise support for the late game, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, you pick it to put Nocturne ult on cooldown, I guess. But it's back up because, well... experimental Hexblade and all that good jazz, and it's Nocturne. So
and the Ultima Hunter,
yeah.
You know, I mean, you'll have all the
always
by now.
It's always up.
Yeah.
And now it's bro. After basically losing the game for 30 minutes, it feels like they're in control again.
In fairness, there's a lot of back and forth in those 30 minutes.
Yeah.
It definitely is lent towards Nongshim towards the later end, but yeah. Hanbok?
They know he's here. At least they knew somebody was here. And nice fear timing. But now the ult's going to come in. There's the Mikhail, so you got to be careful not to go too deep for the Nocturne, as now Closer threatening it. Going on in, has the Zanya. It's just the paranoia. Will he actually pull the trigger on it is the question. Not quite, but the Q goes in and it's 2 kills. A 2-for-1 deal. One to the Vars, but he messed in! Equalizer, Kingin, and Fisher just burned the entire team down. And just like that, Jiwoo able to kite out Morgan. And yeah, they'll give it to Fisher. He picks up a triple. And just like that, Nongshim still in the driver's seat.
But Kingin just waiting for his moment, like his Elise dies. I mean, Lehend's been doing that a lot. He's like, whatever, waiting, and then he just absolutely eviscerates all of Bro. He does not want to lose this game. They are pondering going for this Baron now. Handback.
So Ward?
Will be a while before it happens. This is a Ward. They know this is going on, but they just don't have the members there. Morgan doesn't have TP. He's a while away. And they do have a Calista. So they have a little bit of a secure without the smite.
Varus Q, damage. Yeah, I mean, this is Kingin just dead. That was extremely risky up against these two.
And they're still going.
They're still going. And I mean, okay, it's going to go to the Callista. There you go. They didn't lose all that much. Just Kingin and yes, Fisher. Nice flash. A nice little squeal there, Ox. That was pretty cute.
That was actually Fisher. We hit him.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't me.
Yeah, okay.
Wasn't me.
Sure.
Man, that was close, you know. I guess is a takeaway from that situation. More gold to close it, but honestly, how much more gold can he get? Well, apparently a fair bit more. And yeah, this was such a messy, chaotic fight, which has been the talking point of this game so far. They kind of focus down a handback, get a bit of damage in. They're like, you know what, we can kill him. They get the Mikhails, they get him low. But yeah, I mean, this is the point of view we want to see, because at least, I mean, the Sejuani gets focused down, the Elise just kind of passively dies, so squishy. Oh my god, and with the Q from the Smolder that hit as well. Uses the Zonyas as well, so doesn't have to sit through the fear. Just so well played.
Yeah, really the timing. You know, you want to wait until they overcommit so that there really is no escape for them, and they're all on top of the perfectly placed equalizer, and really that's what Kingin did so well there.
And they got hit by the Q from Fisher as well, like the sinking off the burning and the everything. It was pretty brutal. So now Nongshim firmly in control.
For now.
I say firmly. Somewhat weak grasp, you know.
Yeah.
They should be in control.
They have control.
They've got butter on their hands. It's so slippy.
Well, Morgan's dead. And we talked about this. Fisher extremely fed. I mean, you have double AD carry. You do have so many win conditions in the late game for Nongshim. If they're in any kind of winning state, they should be decently happy. And they are, I would say at this point, just about that, decently happy.
Yep.
With the way things are going.
Should be able to crack this inhibitor tower. They are taking a decent amount of poke from Bull, so have to be somewhat careful. And it looks like that will be their signal to knock away. Even though it's Nongshim who have the execute from Smolder, it kind of feels like if you get under a HP threshold, Handback and Closer will just kill you. So, you know, definitely want to be a little bit concerned about those lower health bars if it gets there. Baron running out soon. Kingham was looking like he just wanted to roast someone. But will back away. He's level 18. Morgan 3 levels down. So feeling a bit rough.
Yeah. Just finished a Maw.
And that feels bad because it's only really Kingin doing magic damage. I'm not really counting Lens, but having to buy a Maw specifically because Kingin is roasting your whole team. Not ideal.
Yeah, especially when you're behind, you know, it feels like sometimes building defensive items doesn't really matter because you might just die anyway. They're going to try to pull the trigger here onto the Smolder, and that is not going to work, Humbach.
Yeah,
especially with Gideon right there.
Closer not in range to help out. Oh, slow.
Okay, flash comes out of Bull, gets out.
I mean, you're happy with that. You know, you got the flash from Bull. It's an ult for ult. Both those ults pretty high value, but pretty short cooldown now at this point of the game. I mean, Handback isn't level 16 yet. But they'll probably both come up about roughly the same time. But one team got a flash, the other team didn't. Nongshim happy with that trade.
Definitely happy. I think, you know, again, decently comfortable with where they are in this game, but it is still not over. They do have a very fed Smolder. Nongshim absolutely the favorites at this point, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But the game hasn't been clean enough for me to say, yeah, Nongshim got it from here.
Oh, it's certainly throwable. Absolutely throwable.
You throw a fight, bro, get Cloud Soul.
What? That felt... I think he felt a bit too comfortable blast going in there, is all I'm going to say. Oh, King is looking?
He is looking. Still looking. That's a nice Zhonya's. Lahen's nearly dead. Closer going in. He's landed an ult. Tombok is in that back line. They're looking for him. They got the Smolder. And finally we have the equalizer, but it might not matter. It doesn't really do enough damage. They're at least able to kite out Morgan. And they take him down. Kingen now flashing on in. Hands shook, but he goes into Zhonya's. And that might just be enough. The burn damage is insane. And this Jiwoo is full health, and he's bouncing so quickly at Closer and Bull.
I wouldn't want to chase that Aurora.
Distance. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think they get any more, actually.
Po's going to TP out. Goodbye. Kind of got a demonstration. You know, I think Nongshim managed to navigate that fight back quite well, but you definitely saw how the game is throwable. Yeah, one of the things is Kingen's equalizer was still slightly on cooldown. Lahen's very aggressive. He has Seeker's Arm Guard and ult. And then they just dive in, and it's a great ult from Morgan. I think that was really the linchpin of the situation, is him connecting onto the Smolder. This underfed Ambassador getting some things done. But unfortunately, they kind of burn everything now. Kingen's still strong, Jiwoo's still healthy. And it was just a very dangerous position to be in.
Sipalu actually hand shook the Rumble into range to then Zhonya's and burn them a little bit extra. But to be fair, you got to get him in range so that the Varus and the Aurora can burn him down if he doesn't have the Zhonya's. But yeah, very dicey situation. Will go the way of Nongshim, and they will take down this 6th Elemental Drain.
There's still a lot of changes, I feel like, in the rosters for these two teams, but this is just everything I expected from Nongshim, bro. It's delivering again.
Sure? Whoa! What is happening?
The confidence! He just dodged everything, juked them all, so he burned the ult from Morgan, the ult from Bull, Handback burned his ult. I guess, just dodge. It's that simple.
Just flap at them. I don't know. And there you go, no cleanse. Bull's dead, I would imagine. Yeah, they just pile all the ults in onto him, and Paula will follow up. It looks like Nongshim have finally figured it out for now, as Fisher here in mid just taking out the inhibitor while Closer holds the wave.
It's only mispositioning if they can hit you with stuff. And Bull learned that lesson pretty quickly, is they can hit you with stuff. Now, Handback, ult in 8 seconds. They don't have vision, but I presume there's like a blue trinket available. Can he steal it?
It's going to be Closer to get vision, but it's too late. Too little, too late. Nongshim get the Baron. And Closer is spotted, so maybe with the whole team you can take him down.
Oh, he just juked them. Oh,
wait, no, he doesn't know! He went back to where they were going.
Keep running Closer. Buy time. This is good.
Okay.
1,000 gold for Kingen, as if he needed that.
No, it's 1,040 gold.
Yeah. I think that play would have been good if Kingen wasn't there. And also, you had a bit of a better exit route. But it was cute, getting over the wall. Yeah, Bull just dies. No other way to spin it. I wish we saw a replay of the Fisher footwork. Unfortunately not. Yeah. And now TP coming in. They want to make use of this pressure. Kingen is there. And we already have Inhib down in the mid lane, so Bro is struggling right now. You know who else is definitely struggling right now?
Who's that?
Dagon is definitely struggling right now. I can picture his face on the desk in dismay.
Yeah, it's a slow burn. These bro games, they gave you so much hope too. But Nongshim were just better. That equalizer was not better. Yeah, there's Dagon.
There he is.
That really just sums up
hey,
how
he
all
looks
the
like I imagined him.
But, bro, maybe just giving us an extra game. Oh, here goes, bro. That's a very nice ult. Looking for that back line, but I don't think they have the damage. Okay, Morgan going in. He's going to send it, but that's about it. As meanwhile, Lahan's actually buying a lot of time here on the back line. He'll get his own kill as well, just to die. But yeah, this game is over, guys. We had so many kills in this one, 44 by the end of it. And Nongshim are the winners and provided quite the experience as well.
They certainly did. I think we can all say we all have experience from that game. It was very back and forth. Neither team really came out with that one clean, but Nongshim got the win. They got one on the board, and things looking good for Group Elder, who already have a sizable lead. But yeah, I mean, I think standout to the solo laners for Nongshim. Kingen just toasting everyone, and then Fisher just playing with fire and not getting burned somehow.
I like how you use that pun because he's a dragon that breathes fire.
Yes, he is. Thank you for noticing.
Yeah, that was really good.
Wait, the Smolder or my wordplay?
Smolder.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Smolder.
Okay.
But yeah, it was pretty cool how he flapped in all their faces and baited out 3 ults. And then bro, we're like, oh, I guess we can't do anything then.
You know what? It's a lot of damage, don't get me wrong, but I honestly thought he might have broken like 50k. He was just kind of toasting people, but he's definitely deserving 42.1k damage. Closer, though, tried his hardest. He really did. So, you know, hopefully the team can bounce back next game, but he was not pulling punches in that one.
8-0, legendary, not enough for Closer in this one.
Typical solo queue experience.
Typical. Guys, we're going to take a break and we'll have the space with Degon to break it all down. We'll see his reaction up next.
밑으로 쳐봐 얘들아. 살짝만 깔아볼게. 선수 얘들 타워 얘들아 타워 쳐. 빼면서 타워 쳐. 야 바우스 정화 없다. 타워. 야 나 오히려 나와. 돌아나. 야 천천히 해 다시. 우리가 너무 아래서 해라. 이거 좀 천천히 봐야 되겠네. 잘해야 되겠네. 네. 거기서 빼면서 정자. 한쪽으로 빼면서 볼래? 해부터. 안 뱉어. 잡았다. 바로 잡았어. 맞게. 끝내자. 바로 잡았다. 나이스. LC 개만 없네.
Noxus is where the strong gather. It seeks the fearless and defiant, calling them here to answer one simple question. Are you strong enough? You say you're not afraid to die, but take off the armor around your chest. What's left inside? Lying, licking your blade. Do you really believe if it washes away? Take a ride, rough as you can. Tell you a secret, right as your dogs are closing in. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin.
Every new path seems to lead us closer to chaos. Perhaps we should focus on the opportunity that's washed up on our shores.
Unforeseen turns are simply part of any path.
Yes, but that, darling, is a step too far. Even for us.
Piltover was a lesson, Vladimir. Calamity is always approaching. In some moments, its arrival is more imminent than others. Our next move must be bolder, not safer.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the space. As it is, the Noodle Boys, Nongshim up 1-0 over Brion. And it's just, you just got to hold on to something after a game like that, because it was a nice back and forth affair. The bros were doing good, but Smolder is a champion that was on the side of Nongshim, and it definitely helped out. Digon alongside Wolf and Wadid. Gentlemen, please help guide me through that last game here.
We'll do our best. So I wanted to highlight the Elise and the Smolder pick. I thought the Smolder pick was fairly risky into a draft that comes online very early. You have a lot of skirmishing power with the Ambessa. The Aurora early is going to be strong. Nocturne post 6. Those early fights, if Bro can set up some really nice ones, they have a lot of control. They have the Renata as well, which is going to fall off in a game like this, but can be quite strong early. They kind of botched some of those early fights. The Elise got a ton of value in the lane swap as well, with Electrocute just constantly proccing. They really put Morgan behind. And the draft that I was really worried about for Nongshim actually worked out way better than expected.
Yeah, I think as you mentioned, Smolder need more time to be online, right? And I think that kind of job was kind of completed by Kalista and Elise combo. You already know that Kalista is one of the champions that when you want to open up your champion support champion pool, is one of the pick, right? And I think even though at the end Lihan said Elise support sucks, I think he did his job completely.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the highlights here. Highlight number 1 at 1750 in the mid lane. Here's a fight that just broke on out for both these squads.
Yeah, I mean, this is the comp that they were looking for. Jiu was not really be able to play the game correctly because of the Nocturne, but at the same time, I mean, it was really easy to Bro to play out this team comp, but after you're using all the abilities on the target, you have to get back after that.
Yeah, this was a really awkward fight here where Bro got greedy because they saw a window back into the game. Maybe we can get a shutdown on Kingin. But yeah, he's really strong at this point, and he ended up being the really big carry in this game. Obviously, we saw the Smolder do a lot of damage later on, but Kingin was the real big threat. And so many times we saw Bro over-index into trying to take him out and completely failing. And then he just got bigger and bigger and bigger. His ults were massive in those team fights later on.
I mean, you just need to play on the Nocturne ulti cooldown, you know. After you use the Nocturne ulti, you have to chill a little bit more. And then you can play after. But I think Bro was kind of like rolling up.
Yeah, he was the big beneficiary of the lane swap situation against Morgan was Kingin. Let's take a look at the next highlight in the mid lane. Very similar to what we saw in the first one. It goes both ways, but it goes ultimately in the way of Nongshim.
I mean, there were so many messy fights during this game, but when you think about it, Nongshim has some kind of stability when it comes to this delayed fight, because you have Kalista, you have Smolder. So when the fight goes longer, then it's Smolder's favorite, right? So I think in general, Nongshim played really well. And also, on top of that, I think King's Rumble was on fire.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Morgan just had a really rough game. Like, he was put behind super early by the lane swap and then tried to make some heroic flanks and plays, but he looked super uncomfortable on the Ambessa. And that's kind of a worrying sign in a meta where she's so relevant. Was so relevant in Kespa Cup where they took the title as well, but He's just not really finding his marks in these team fights.
Yeah, Kingen just hiding in the bush there, able to come on out and really toast everyone. He was very calm in the comms, as we heard in the POV. Speaking of POV, here's that final play that we saw from Fisher. And it was a thing of beauty, because if you've been following the LoL Esports website, Twitter, they put out a thing saying, what resource is free and everyone can use it? Movement. And this is fantastic movement, not one, but 2 game-altering ultimates is he able to pick on out by just flapping his wings around, and that then just gives Nongshim the ability to close on the game.
He dodged the Q as well. Remember, that's with really not a whole lot of vision about where everyone is positioned. If he gets caught there, that's maybe a window back into the game for Bro, so that was actually really nice movement from a player who has, I think, really struggled throughout his time in the LCK, but is coming into his own a little bit the longer he's been here.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of play was kind of needed from Nongshim as well, because they couldn't really finish out the game, you know. Even though they were really ahead in the game, they couldn't actually finish the game. But after that, I think the game snowballed really well.
That's right. The Aurora on the opposite side, closer, did the most damage in the game. Was such a threat, despite having a Smolder on the opposite side. It made it a little bit harder. However, we talked about it in the last series. Blue side has won majority of the matches. It is definitely the side where most wins have come from. The Bros will pick it. Now that Aurora's gone and Bess is gone, these are a couple champions that have been very, very important throughout drafts. What do you want to see here from the side of Bros?
As far as I can tell, Bull is not getting subbed out. Try to play through bottom lane. That's been his whole identity as a player. Get ahead early, snowball. That's the Bros' MO.
All right, well, if you are a fan of Group Baron, that's UT1 and Hanwha Life Esports and BFX and the Freaks, you need the Bros to come on back. This is the whole cool part of the LCK Cup, cheering for your teams. But if you want to make it straight on to the playoffs, you're looking for the Nongshim win. Who will get it? Let's find out together.
Thank you, guys, as wow, let's go, bro, and from New York City. That's where I'm from.
Yeah, you're from New York City.
Wow. Also Spider-Man.
Oh, yeah, true. He is from New York. So many people from New York City.
Wow. Yeah, shout out to a couple of Giga Chads that came down to watch the games.
I do want to. Have you met Spider-Man? In person?
No.
But you're from New York.
I've seen him before.
Oh, you hung out?
Yeah, he's too cool for me, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I left as well in 2012, so.
Oh.
You know. Unfortunate. Not a lot of time to hang out with good old Spider-Man, of course. Let's get into the draft here as Bro have selected the blue side. Will it help them? I am curious to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think kind of going off what the Space was saying about playing around Bull, playing around his aggressive picks, they could have like opted for the Draven before the second rotation, before it got banned. So maybe more emphasis on getting Bull a pick where they can really play around him, snowball him, get him ahead. Because the Varus, I mean, I don't think he played it badly, but it didn't really feel as relevant as some of the other picks we saw when he did make his debut in the LCK. And sadly, with the Kalista being picked by Nongshim, he won't get a chance to play that this series at all.
Yeah, it's just not going to happen, and it's not really a good reason to play Draven as well because of that.
Yone's still open.
Yeah, I feel like you have to ban Yone into closer. I don't really see a good reason not to.
Yeah. I would definitely just... Wow. I mean, I guess, do Bro just first pick Yone for closer? It makes sense. No, they go Corki. Interesting.
That just doesn't... Yeah, I don't know. Okay.
I mean, Bro clearly put a lot of value on it since they banned it in the last draft.
Yeah. I mean, it's just... Like, Corki's pretty good, but he's not Yone. And then just the Renekton ban as well, like the Lord getting all that respect. I feel like Renekton is actually pretty strong, especially once you take out, like, Cassante and Rumble, especially. Played in the last game. Jace, right?
Ambassador's gone as well.
Yeah. But, like... It's Yone. Do these teams just not want to play Yone?
I mean, Yone's pretty good into Azir. So if you put the Corki bot, Bro could just take Yone here still. It's still possible. It's still within their powers. Very much playing, you know, 2 picks that do well at disengaging with the Azir and the Maokai. So we'll just see what they pair that up with. They want to play a more longer range comp. Play the distance. We'll see what.
Bull just got the news that he's playing Corki.
Is that okay? Yeah, I can do that.
It's like, okay, he literally said okay. How did you know? So, yeah, no, well, Yone didn't get selected, so it might still be mid. Azir versus Corki, you thought that you could avoid it. 2025 was a new year, new meta, new me.
You know, we'll be casting like 2045, you know, we'll be...
You'll
have grandchildren by then. No, I'll have one of those, you know, those rising like seats that old people have to get upstairs.
Yeah.
Oh, Xavier's Corki again.
Let's be real. It'll just be our replicated images. You know, right? It'll be like AI that casts instead of us.
I mean, we're already...
With our image and likeness.
We're already AI cast, Brendan. There's a look behind the curtain.
That's true, that's true. Alex has been watching his Challenger League from 2022, I think. So Yone...
they remember Yone!
Totally ignored and then banned because it was just not prioed at all for some reason.
Imagine close, it's just like, wait a minute. We could have played it? Damn, unlucky. Well... Unfortunately, they don't get the opportunity. Also, they've done this thing again where they have the Zyra into the Ashe, which is a little bit painful. There isn't as much follow-up with it. I think the Leona denial is pretty big because Leona and Ashe ult against the Zyra is just really painful. We saw that in Game 1 of Gen G Hanwha Life Esports earlier today. Not a fun time, that was for Peanut. Braum going to be denied, so not wanting to give them that pairing, the Freljord duo. And now... you direct more bans towards, you know, maybe you could throw some towards Kingen. No, going for the MF. So, I mean, MF, Zyra, Leona is a pretty strong trio. Ult could definitely make things difficult for Jiwoo. We will see. It still feels like it's kind of up in the air where that Corki is going, though. I think that is the thing that is very clear.
Yeah, I mean, Bull already said okay. So, maybe it'll be him. You know, Corki Leona can work. Down the bottom side, Nautilus also banned away as we get further and further into the ban lists with our new Fearless format here for the LCK Cup. Alistair still available. So is Seraphine and Rel.
These are champions that are available. I'm glad Lahens has demonstrated. Just go for the Rel here. I think, personally, I think Alistair makes more sense specifically into Leona, but you know, still have that engaged potential from the Rel. Did get changed a bit between last year and this year. Some tweaks with the kit. Looking at the Jax potentially for Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, there's just really not a lot of threats, and blind Jax used to be a thing that we did when there were a lot of threats.
And this is so many top laners taking off the cards.
Exactly.
Also going to make it really difficult for Jiwoo in general. It's a hard game to play Ashe because you want to be able to auto attack, but not many targets you can connect those autos onto. Ezreal going to come through finally for Bull, so it is going to be that Corki in the mid lane. Some strong 2-item spikes to play around. They already have the AP from that Zyra. Yes. Yeah, potentially could.
Oh. Definitely a different angle here. Going with the Gangplank.
I kind of like it, honestly. I feel like they have the setup already. They have CC for the rest of the composition. The GPL is also really powerful against like a Zyra. Just dropping that down. And she's so immobile, so difficult to play around. And it gives you a bit more of a scaling element. I feel like both of these compositions had a lot of like late game oomph, really, like the Corki, Ezreal, Zyra, Jax. And I think if you went something like the Gragas, maybe you could struggle in those later team fights a little bit. So giving a third carry to Kingen. And honestly, considering the performance Kingen played on last game, I think he deserves a carry.
Sure. I mean, he got one. He did well. Give him another. We know this is going late because it is a Bro Nongshim series, and we already had one 40-minute game, so... Shoo! He did it. Immediately.
He was hyped. He was ready. He's been waiting for this moment all day.
Because he's basically memeing the fact that Lahens' name is Jiwoo. And Jiwoo's Jiwoo. So, and then you also have Shiwoo.
I'm glad you explained the context.
There's also...
Because I was thinking... I was like DK on play.
Plus.
Yeah, you know?
Yeah.
I was like... No, I get
There
it
you
now.
go.
I understand now.
We got another Sue over here. He's just not. It's not his ID. It's Lens actually. So here we go. Anyway, we got a couple of scaling comps, and we'll see who can go the longest as we get on to the Rift for game number 2.
You know, I noticed the Corky skin that is being used, the little pupper one there. The dog has an eye patch.
Yeah.
Just is that unique to that chroma? Is it because he's a pirate? I don't know if you saw it, but I saw it when they were loading in.
I didn't see it, but I think it is unique to that.
Chroma.
Oh ho ho ho!
Getting the mileage.
Kingen knows how to play Gangplank.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's like some lore behind that, you know? Specifically, why does this pupper have an eye patch? Caitlyn has an eye patch.
Probably because either maybe he got LASIK or eye surgery in one eye
True.
instead of 2.
Only could afford one eye at a time.
Yeah, maybe he's saving up, or he's a pirate. I mean, there's only 2 choices.
I like
right?
the pirate option, it's better. It's really hard to actually see because he turns so quickly when you're looking. Maybe if he stands still briefly.
I feel like a pirate dog would be pretty useful, though, right?
It'd be pretty cool as well.
You just have him on ship, keeps company of all the other, human pirates and stuff, and can do stuff like barking at the people you're robbing. And I don't know. I think it's not quite like a cat who kind of like keeps the rats from infesting the ship and stuff like that.
You know what?
Maybe there's also a pirate rat, or not rat, cat.
You've sold me. If I become a pirate...
And also a pirate rat. Yeah.
Maybe. If I become a pirate, I'll get a dog. You've sold me on it.
All right.
Thank you for that.
So that's your next career change? You're not going to be
I'm not
in 2045?
I'm not saying I'm gonna. I'm just saying if, if it happens spontaneously without me leaning in that direction in any way.
What if you don't become a pirate?
Well, then I don't have to worry about that. But this is why we have hypotheticals, Brendan, just in case.
I thought maybe you were going to be like, well, I'll get a doggy anyway.
I don't think I really have space in my apartment.
Maybe next one.
Maybe next one.
Yeah. You gotta do the slow Korea upgrade, Start off with the smaller one and then you slowly build up.
Is that specific to Korea?
Yeah.
Don't people just do that in general as you get more money?
Oh, this might fight. Gideon gonna win it. Humbach. Level 3 Zyra not able to get the job done. Gideon even flashing the emote.
Yep. Yeah, he knows. He won the mental battle. Humbach walked all the way into his jungle to lose it. Oh. Yeah, Rel can't just do that. There's a lot of pressure going in favor of Bro bot lane here, so definitely nice for them. Maybe a couple more Qs hit from Bull could force Chu out of the lane. Now Gideon is going to secure it. Skull Crab, Humbach a little bit behind because he went for that big detour.
Yeah, you don't necessarily have to do that against Maokai, but certainly a faster clear than Maokai, so you can, and it can absolutely pay off by going for a 3 buff and just getting the Maokai a little bit behind, getting yourself extra fed. Morgan struggling a little bit here.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like early game, Maokai clear is still pretty fast.
It's just not Zyra.
Yeah, but I think honestly Zyra really starts to gain momentum a little later. Like, you can definitely do stuff once you've done the full clear, but I think we have seen Maokai's kind of keep pace early. It's just once you get like the faded ashes and stuff, you kind of just melt everything. There's no way. There's no way.
There's no way.
No way.
No way.
I've seen people call an FFO.
just quit the game.
I've seen
you
people,
lost the buff. You lost that.
I've seen people alt F4 for left. That is a heartbreaker for Humbach. And he's a rookie. He's just coming in. He's like, I'm having a great time in the LCK. Then something like this happens, ruins his day, his week, maybe his split. Hopefully not a split. But yeah, that was a tilter. And Morgan just missed a melee minion. Less of a tilter. It wasn't a
yeah. There's no splits in the LCK Cup, by the way.
True.
Nor is it called a split.
Yeah, well, I guess Humbach is safe then.
Yeah. Well, we got an engage here onto an Ezreal. Can be dangerous, even dropping the Ignite. Maybe just a bit of pressure. They also do get the cleanse, so not half bad.
Yeah, doing a pretty good job finding an angle there. And I don't really think... Oh, Morgan, he wants that demolish. And that plate. Yeah, not much King can do to really force him off. Kind of feels like this game is very much one of those old school, traditional, classic bro games where both teams, they're just kind of farming it out. What do we call them?
Bro and brew.
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah, that's where you sit back and you have your brew of choice, whatever it is. I know for Ox, it's always water. You don't drink anything else. I don't think I've ever seen you drink anything else.
I mean, that's not strictly true.
That's not true, yeah.
I've partaken in alcohol before.
That is true.
It's crazy to say.
I have seen.
I am just a normal water guy. Yeah, Guinness, decent said, you know. Yeah.
It's because you're half Irish. Right? Quarter Irish.
My granny is Irish.
Still counts.
Still counts. I have the passport. You know, Dagda always says it. Dagda says it counts, okay?
Does this mean that I'm more Irish than you?
How Irish are you?
Half.
Well, then, yeah, you're more Irish than me.
But you're actually from there. Like, not from Ireland, but like from that part of the world.
I'm sadly from the other place.
I'm from New York City, and I'm more Irish than Ox, who sounds more Irish than me.
But I have the passport.
So weird.
So
you do have the passport, yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's technically a way for me to get it.
I'm pretty sure there would be.
At this point, though, I'm probably aiming for the Korean
maybe that can be the focus of this cast. It's just buying guys.
Morgan, he thought he was safe, and maybe he is.
He is. He's fine.
He's totally fine. Yeah, baits out expertly the ultimate. Does have to pay his flash for that, but, you know, it's just like paying the bro tax. Everybody's happy to pay the bro tax. Humbug is level 5.
Yeah, this is a reminder if you haven't paid your bro tax.
Yeah, go ahead and do that right now. There's the oranges. He's totally fine. Just a bit of pressure to get their bottom lane up there and start hitting that turret. Really, that's what it's about.
Yeah, both teams trying to put some pressure on these structures. Bro, decent amount ahead, and they have the 3 grubs, so they're definitely getting some good mileage on this tower. Meanwhile, Nongshim mostly just clearing on the minions. They are looking for Morgan. He will do that thing where he presses Q.
Nice try, guys. I mean, you got him down. You chunked him. Have 40% of his health.
I think it's just funny that all the damage needs to come from Jiwoo. And I don't know if you know much about Ashe, but she's very auto attack based. And I don't know if you know much about Jax, but he has this ability. I'm sure people.
Why is he still? Okay, he might die now. Actually, in a bit of trouble. In a lot of trouble. Yeah, he's dead. That's gonna be first blood. Given over to Nongshim. First turret did go to Bro in the top lane, so Bull's getting a lot of free time by himself, farming, gets a lot of plates and stuff.
He's just been a generous Giga Chad. Morgan's like, you know what? I feel bad. You guys didn't get the kill. Here you go.
Yeah.
Oh, it's on me. It's on the house.
You guys need this, you know? Like, you didn't have enough of a lead last time.
You guys need Fierce Blood to contribute towards the feat of strength. Yeah.
Whereas we do not, because we're Giga Chads. We focus on more important things like objectives and turrets.
Yeah, kills are kind of cringe.
They are pretty cringe, yeah.
Yeah, he just... I guess he just thought they left. He couldn't see them.
He couldn't see them anymore. Yeah, obviously they left, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he could have got those 3 caster minions and that melee minion, so it was pretty worth it if he'd gotten the minions, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, well. Never change, Morgan. Never change.
Yeah, we've seen worse. It's funny, he's in a better position in this game than the last one.
He is. He actually, he's 11 gold ahead. He's now 3 gold down, 17 gold down.
When you said 11 gold ahead, I'm like, how do you know?
He's now 4 gold ahead. He's up.
Exactly. And
he's
then
up.
Like,
oh, he's down. Oh, he's up. Oh, he's up even more. He's winning.
And then I was going to say, look at our really cool new overlay where we have the money difference in the middle.
Oh man, he's 65 gold up. Things are going great, honestly. Things couldn't be better. Oh, he's down. Never mind. Sell.
Well, speaking of that, we are having a fight here over the red buff, which is going to leash. And here comes an arrow. Oh, that was so close. Maybe if he had the streamer client, that would have hit. Very nice angle here, trying to get in, but Paulo just gets out of that one as he's able to cancel it out. by just tagging himself onto the Azir, taxiing his way back over. And it's actually just Fisher who's got a big bit of egg on his face.
We've seen some phenomenal Azir shuffles in our time in the LCK. That wasn't one of them. That was unfortunate. People flashed out. Polu just kind of buffered it. And Fisher, he tried. And I mean, I guess the saving grace is that Morgan is now like 70. Oh, he's 60 gold down. So top lane's going better. Yeah, this was a very chaotic fight over just a red buff. The ult unfortunately missed. I think it's a decent angle to aim for, sadly. Maybe if someone CC'd initially as he was coming in.
Watch Palu. Watch how Palu dodges this.
Yeah, he is, but it's pretty nice. But it's also like, it was ambitious from Fisher. It was ambitious.
Yeah, I mean, they had the kind of barrage, and they were like, oh, maybe we've got the damage. But if they have sums and your Azir level 9, you know, you don't even have a full item.
Wait,
in the enemy jungle.
It's a 6 grubber.
A 6 grubber.
That's what I said. That's a lot of grubs. They are grubbed up, and now if they get this dragon set up, they have feats of strength. They have all the feet.
Yes. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, clear roll.
Very important. And, I mean, they're in a pretty good spot. That arrow's going to hit. It's going to get a cleanse at a bull. Pretty nice to make sure that they're keeping that cleanse on cooldown. Morgan? I mean, he's just standing here taking Qs and barrels to the face. I mean, he's going to be fine, but like, he's taking so much damage just to get XP.
He's a glutton for punishment. He knew he could take it.
Yeah.
Okay. He's like, hit me.
He knows his limits.
Hit me. Honestly, I feel like that's kind of mind gaming Kingen. Kingen's like, man, this guy can take a beating.
He's an absolute insane person. Like, how can I play against this guy?
It's like the scene in Fight Club where they first see you. Wow, this guy's really something.
Bull doesn't have Arcane Shifts. He took a lot of
Now he
damage.
has Arcane
Yeah, I guess he...
But this is just the bro way. It's just...
Morgan, where are you going, buddy? Okay,
they're just taking hits, right, to prove they can. Just like Giga Chads. That's what we're seeing from both Bull and Morgan. Maybe they're amping each other up. They're like, yo, look how much damage I just took. And Bull's like, no, I can do more. Look at this. Look how close I am to dying.
It was pretty cool, honestly. I did like how close he got to dying.
People
without dying.
Yeah, people love death-defying stunts, and that's what they're doing right now on Summoner's Rift.
It's pretty cool. It's free entertainment.
I believe the term we use is rad for these sort of...
Rad?
Yeah, it's short for radical.
Yeah.
Yeah, sadly the...
We should bring that back, honestly. Radical, we should say that more often.
How often is more often? Like, a lot? Or just, you know, every now and then sprinkle it in?
You should say it about as much as often as you say Nido. Maybe replace Nido with Brad.
I do like Nido. Okay, set up for the dragon.
Maybe we'll get a Runus Otacon in this game. Bull, he just tanks it, you know? He's like, hey, look, I'm totally fine. I don't even need cleanse.
He's built different. He's that guy. Yeah, it does take a lot of damage, which generally isn't ideal before an objective, but it's the bro way.
It's okay because they're generally Giga Chats. GG.
That is them. They are getting some good damage on this tower, though. And Nongshim aren't really... They're kind of freaked out at this point, how bro behaving, so they're not really comfortable going for the dragon.
Yeah, I mean, I would be a bit spooked as well.
Yeah.
This is kind of... It's getting kind of too much.
This is unprecedented, honestly.
Now, because bro have generously said, okay, you can take the dragon, Nongshim will take it.
Yeah, so after this dragon that gets secured, if you look at the feats of strength, they'll be completely even. And I think bro just wants... They want a fair fight. Herald in a minute 30, they're ready to throw down when it takes all.
Yeah, I mean, bro would never take advantage of another team.
Oh, no. That'd be poor and shit.
It's got to be an even playing field at all times. That's why when they're ahead, generally, you know, it becomes a more even game. And that's why the games last so long as well. Why we have bro and brew and these kinds of conversations.
It's just love for the game, honestly. All these, you know, everyone's like, yeah, Gen G like playing League of Legends, do they? They try and finish the game quickly. Is that a
Yeah.
love for the game you're playing? They 2-0'd earlier,
It's
you know?
not the same.
They wanted to get out.
Yeah. Bro's
But
just giving you that extra content. You know?
Yep. They know what the viewers want. They know what the fans want.
They want that slow burn, close win in 45 minutes rather than like the quick one. You know, you want to keep the fans guessing. You want to keep it interesting.
Exactly.
If you just win immediately, it's like, oh well, we knew you were gonna win.
Keep you on the edge of the seat till the very end.
Yeah. I liked that barrel angle. That was cool.
Yep. We do see Lens barreling down towards bot lane.
You've outdone yourself. Cannon Barrage going to come down here. He's got barrels. That wave is gone. Can they kill him through this? Paulo is dead, and Kingen says, well, I'm just going to try to just run away from this and make sure that I don't give as many assists as possible and run away from the turret.
Kingen also saves his flash. Paulo doesn't, even though he's dead anyway, but we love a generous Giga Chad. Bro should be able to pick up that bot tower with a Corki there. Bull, I think, can defend this. The mini wave's pretty small and they're not really pressuring it, so yeah, should be good. So yeah, trade up for Bro, but they lose the tower top, so I guess he's in trade for Bro.
It's always an even trade for Bro.
Oh, but the Herald! This is the all or nothing.
Well, this is where they give Nongshim a little bit of a, you know, it's like giving them a little bit of a into the game. They're like, okay, you can have the feats of strength.
No, they have to fight it. Come on, bro. This is what it's been waking up to.
Yeah,
this is the show. This is the bro down.
Gideon has been, you know, frightened by the play so far. Palu getting kited out here, and yeah, Gideon he had enough. He just ran away.
Wait, Kingen's not here. He does have TP, but he's not here, and he doesn't have ultimate. So maybe Bro just take this?
Yeah, Nongshim, I think you shouldn't take a page out of Bro's handbook this time around. You should definitely fight over this. A huge objective with the feat of strength. Kingen just killing the turret instead, and Siu has cleanse, so they're just going to give it away.
You know what? Nongshim, they saw the Reddit post where someone was like, the gold value of feats of strength is really low now. I think you saw that was on the front page. Like, yeah, people are falling for it. If you look at the math, Nongshim did the math. Bro are just vibes. That like we want the feats of strength because they're cool, you know. Look at my new Jordans.
It's new to 2025.
Check out my new shoes, bro. They're just mogging Nongshim right now.
Oh man, this game is really delivered. 18 minutes, 2-2. This is the LCK Iceland.
Wait, I was about to check which AdAccount we had. We went in a replay. We'll have to check.
No idea what it could be.
Yeah, Paulo just got absolutely blasted there by the Gangplank quite heavily. And then they also say on that situation. Yeah, game's still very even. And, you know, maybe it was a situation where Bro said, hey, look, we'll give you the dragon, but in return, we'll want something later. And Nongshim like, sure, absolutely. And then later was the Rift Herald. Nongshim like, oh, man, wasn't a good deal.
Pretty good trade for Bro, I'd say.
I mean, Bro took they took a good deal. I think they navigated it well. They are down in Dragons though.
It's Ocean Soul though.
Ocean Soul coming. Not the. I mean, you definitely could take it, but it's not the most impactful soul.
Yeah. You might as well.
I love how we talk about feats of strength and Dragon Soul, you know, soul feat.
Yeah, that's cool. We have Palu in a bit of trouble, but he is Leona. They are doing everything they can to take him out, and he will go down, but Gideon is the trade, and Lahens as well. So Bro do fight back, and here comes Fisher, gonna get the flash out of Morgan. Kingen says, thank you very much. I will clean that up and pick up a kill for myself. Jiu dodging everything. Not actually intending on fighting. He's just going in to make some cool dodges.
It's just mind gaming at this point.
The E forward, bit of...
Oh, he took that one.
Gatling gun. Kingen's still here, so is Fisher.
Yeah, I don't think you can go up for that turret. Scrappy, I think is the way to describe that. But we have a lot more kills now, I guess. And Nongshim just heading over the dragon.
Double the kills.
That's some quick math.
Yeah.
Yeah, this should be secured by Nongshim. No real... I mean, maybe a steal from Closer? No, they're going to wait for the jungler.
Yeah.
That's no fun. Oh, what? What?
Okay, so Closer generously gonna hand his flash over. Bit of damage, gonna delay the back here.
Yeah, Closer taking a page out of the Zeka book of Corki Valkyries.
Well, Otacon actually spawned on the bottom side of the map this time.
Oh, neat. Oh, do we get a verification of which Otacon it is? Oh, it's off. I can't see it. It's off the screen.
Yeah, I don't know. It's impossible to tell.
Yeah, there's no way of knowing.
For you guys who may not know, the red symbol is Voracious Otacon. So yeah.
What's the symbol for Brion? We don't know.
No idea.
You've
I've never
seen it.
Actually, we did. You and I were doing the season opening events, and we saw it there.
Yeah, but that doesn't count.
And solo queue.
That's not the LCK Cup.
That's true. We haven't seen it at this event.
Yeah. Yeah. Polo just kind of takes it. You know, if he lived, he would have won the title for taking the biggest beating on Bro. Unfortunately, he goes down, but then nice little fake out from Fisher, pretending he's gonna go for the shuffle, but then doesn't, and just kind of mind games Morgan. If Morgan had just kind of stood there and taken it, that'd be pretty giga shot.
Yeah. That respect. Oh. Absolutely. Arrow gonna sail wide, and now they're re-engaging. This is a very squishy Rel, but now the engage coming in from Gideon. Tons of damage on the Hambach, and now Fisher, he's desperately still finding the Azir angle. He can't find a single one in this game. And it's not gonna happen again.
You know, I just maybe just sit back and do damage. You know, that is something you can do in a Azir. Fisher, yeah, a little bit of a swing and a miss on that one. But it's still a close game. Still a close game. Bro edging ahead. And we see Polo taking a bit of poke there. The arrow unfortunately misses. And it ends up being Hambach who gets caught out by the Maokai, knocked in, a bit overextended. And in fairness, it was a good play from Polo. I think we can't say that. Closer dashed away. Polo instantly jumped in, flashed in to stun Fisher. But yeah, maybe just hang back.
Fisher sitting at 7k damage. He's looking for that inspiration, you know? He needs to watch some more BDD/Chovy/Faker VODs.
Yeah. He's running through, you know, we all know the Worlds clip against Rula from Fake. He's like, yeah, that could be me. I'm that guy. He's hyping himself up. He's like, I'm that guy. Keep practicing, you know?
Yeah.
You can only
Maybe one day he will be there.
Yeah. Maybe we'll show clips from this game if he gets some sick ult like that. You know, maybe it's like a Worlds winning ult. We'll be like, this is where he started, now he's here.
Oh, nice little angle from Fisher. That's a nice amount of harass damage. Now Paulo in a rough spot, and the first onto the two of them, they just pop like balloons. And now Bro have no chance of going for this Otacon. Still ahead on gold, but that doesn't matter in this game, let's be real.
Yeah, Nongshim able to secure the Voracious Otacon, and this is a pretty huge buff to get. Just good play. No one went for any unnecessary shuffles, and they just cleaned up on Bro. And now, it's kind of one of these situations as well. There's a lot of structures up for Bro. But actually, if we look at the timing, there's going to be some overlap with the Voracious buff and the Baron. So we'll talk about that after. Right now, Polo just getting chunked. Kingen doing so much damage. Once again, this guy is just an absolute machine. They do manage to run away with a few members left. But yeah, so we can see Voracious buff is about 2 minutes. They're going to likely use that to take some structures. But Baron's spawning in a minute. So you have time, take a bit of structures, reset, get back on the map, start the Baron up while you still have the buff, and you can just chain it. That would be ideal.
Yeah.
We'll see if they look to do that.
The only issue is if you keep the buff and you get wiped on Baron and you end up just, you respawn, but you also give the Baron over, in some weird scenario.
My advice is don't do that. Don't.
That's great advice.
Die on Baron and give them Baron, yeah. That's something to be avoided, I would say.
Yeah.
Bro are just unwavering.
They are going in. They are going in. They don't care about revives. You think they care about the new rules of the Rift? No, absolutely not. And Fisher still looking for it. He is going to get the kill at least, but he is feeling a little bit shy about his ult at this point in time, and that's fair. That's fine.
See, this is the difference between Bro and other teams. is that other teams will kill you for gold. So when you have the Racious buff, or they kill you for tempo. So they're not interested in killing you when you have the buff, but Bro are different. They're killing you for the pride. So they'll engage regardless. Unfortunately, that didn't pan out for them. Now Ocean Soul going over to Nongshim, which will help mitigate some of the poke harass. I mean, there is a decent amount on Bro, like the damage from the Zyra plants, the Corki, the Ezreal. Bull is fine. But yeah, I feel like honestly Nongshim could just move towards the Baron. They have still some time on the buff. They have Ocean Soul, so they can sustain up. I think this is just the play.
Yeah, you might as well. I don't, unless something goes incredibly wrong, you should be totally fine to take this one down. As the Ezreal gonna do a bit of damage, maybe looking for the steal here is Hambak, but he's late. Now looking to take him down. Lehens gets a decent angle with that one, but the knockup from the Zyra ult is actually doing pretty well to this frontline Bro, trying to get as much as they possibly can. They're gonna get 2 kills, and maybe a bit more here. Flash on in from Morgan, very nice. As Kingen, maybe a bit too scary for them, so he's gonna get away.
Yeah, Atakan buff faded off midway through that, so Jiwoo got the res, Lehens and Fisher didn't. So 2 Baron buffs taken down, and a bit of gold in favor. This game is still incredibly close. But there is Baron in favor of Nongshim. They have a decent amount of those buffs. Kingen, getting stacked up, has another 500 of the coins, Silver Serpents for an upgrade. We'll see the fight here. Just very aggressive positioning. And there's just enough damage to shred through Polu at this point. And Morgan also getting pretty shredded. Just a lot of damage coming out from Nongshim. And if you don't get onto those key carries, they will just keep pummeling away. This one, the ult from Zyra doing so much work here, just shredding Jiwoo. And you can see in the mix, Lehens gets chunked out. The Zyra really actually starting to put some numbers in. And Morgan, he's online.
He is on the internet, yes. He is playing with the rest of the team doing that. So that is true. And with 3 Baron buffs, especially on Kingen.
Arrow accuracy in the first series of the day was a little bit higher than we've had in this.
So far in this game. We are feeling it. But yeah, it's so difficult to engage into this Maokai, as that is a massive Zyra ultimate, though, gonna knock up 4 of them. And now, bit of damage coming in, the poke as well from the Ezreal. You see Fisher, he's listening. He's sitting back, he's got soldiers in position, he's doing damage.
If he's
just not overextending.
If he just doesn't go in and try and shuffle, it's winning. Just avoid the edge. That's all you have to do. And Bull got a huge two-shot barrage there. Hit 4 people. But just the Ocean Soul, meaning they can sustain back up, is kind of making things a little bit tricky right now. Now looking to continue. Oh, Morgan. There's a TP.
It's Azir.
It's so OP. It's so OP when you dash out instead of in. It's just not balanced.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, they're in trouble.
Flank Corki. It's coming in. We saw flank Victor.
The Florky. not gonna work. Not gonna do anything.
I was a bigger fan of the Flicker.
Flicker?
Personally, yeah. Faker did a great job of that one.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
I do like the name Floki, though. I think Flicker's good, too.
I think they're both pretty good. Always flanking, and so is Polbay. Still flanking to this day.
Yeah.
Just gonna take a blue buff, and actually maybe a Zyra as well. Hamak just kind of going for a little walk in the jungle, find some enemies.
He was so nonchalant about it as well. It wasn't like he was kind of cautiously moving up. He was like, this I'm a plant. This jungle is full of plants. This is my place to be.
Ocean Rift,
and he actually died to a plant, because Maokai is also a plant. So maybe learning some lessons about fauna.
There you go. Well, here's the engage onto Eclipse Leona. They don't seem to care, though, because they have enough damage. They're far enough ahead, and the zoning is huge with the barrels and the cannon barrage. So there you go. Nongshim just kind of taking whatever they want at this point, looking for the inhibitor in the top lane. Closer desperately telling them to back off, and they will. They'll only take the inhibitor.
Keeping the pressure up, though. Crazy, this game was very back and forth. Bro got that, I feel like had the edge at one point, and now Nongshim really starting to put it away. Yeah, Polu just isn't tanky anymore. mechanic. I mean, he just lasted a decent amount of time, but
is,
they're shredding so quick. They're doing so much damage.
Yeah.
Kingin's just getting barrels off. And he is very far ahead of Morgan. You know, we were watching the economy between the top laners. It was like a little bit back and forth, you know?
Yeah.
If you did sell your Morgan coin, then you'll have done... You've avoided a bit of a disaster.
Great timing.
Is all I'm going to say. For everyone who
Sometimes it's about cutting your losses.
Yeah, for everyone who didn't, then, you know, invest in silver. If you invested in Silver Serpents, you're doing phenomenal.
Yeah.
That was truly the currency that went to the moon.
Well, maybe next time. The arrow this time is going to hit Jiu. He's also going to tank it up like a Giga Chan himself. He's going to go down. And so is Lahens. And all of a sudden, Bro get a couple of kills.
And Elder's up in 10 seconds. It's winnable.
How is this happening?
It's just another Bro. Oh! That didn't do as much damage as I thought it would.
Yeah. I guess not quite the tempo he was looking for. That did a lot more.
Yeah.
A lot. That was Leona.
Yeah. Train for the crit, I guess.
Yeah.
It's 3v4. Junglers both up. Let's see what happens.
I believe in Nongshim. Oh, the timing, Fisher! He finally figured it out. It was perfect when he needed it most. And he lives until the very end, until he dies. Kingin, still here. Bro, he's like, I'm going to solo this. You can't solo.
Wait, he's TPing the end.
He's TPing.
He's going.
He's going into the... Wait,
there's no minion. Wait, the Elder. I don't think Vol's
Vol's like, wait, you have smite. Oh no, what am I gonna do?
I'm dying. What is going on? Okay, they got the Elder. They got the Elder.
Honestly, Kingen should have just stayed.
Really? Really?
Yeah.
Instead of TPing?
No.
Oh, okay.
Top lane, but like, challenge me, I dare you.
Yeah, that would have been fun. Yeah, Jiwoo, he's feeling himself. He eats everything, cleanses, and still dies. Not ideal. A lot of damage coming out from Kingen in return. But the Ocean Soul is so annoying in these extended skirmishes. Yeah, that was definitely a crazy, a lot of damage there. TP comes in, and then Fisher.
Look at the timing.
Someone said to Fisher, just never try and go in again. Just ult defensively, and he does. And then you know what he does? He goes in. He's like, I've proven myself, I'm allowed to go in. And, you know, it works out pretty okay.
He did some damage. He even flashed defensively. I'm so proud of him. And the Baron does go the way of Nongshim here. There was a Ezreal ult that happened, and it was kind of close, but we're not in that year anymore where Ezreal ult steals happen. So
they have Baron, they have Elder, they have Ocean Soul.
Take Zodia.
They have a lot of stuff. But do they have the power of friendship?
I mean, maybe not as much as Bro. But I think they'll take the 2-0 instead. I think they'll be happy with it this time around for Nongshim.
Oh, the arrow.
This time gonna connect onto Palu, and the engage is clean as well. Lahens getting it done at the very end. As Morgan as well, just being burned to a crisp. The Elder Dragon is too strong, and Nongshim are too strong tonight as they will take the 2-0 over the Bros. The generous Giga Chads will give it to them this time. And Nongshim, with this roster, with this new roster, we were expecting some good stuff to happen. They finally get it done here in their second series of LCK Cup.
Yeah, Kingen looked like a really good pickup for this team, doing a lot of work in the top lane. And now they join the rest of Group Elder in having one win. Obviously, they are 1-1, so not feeling as good as the rest, but 5-1 now for Group Elder after that. So pretty heavily stacked in one direction. Nongshim doing their best to keep up with the rest of the teams in their group. There we go, there's the fight. I was like, wait a minute, is it 4? No. They're updating it.
And they got the Elder Dragon in this game.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
They linked it up.
A lot of celebrations, a lot of heartfelt ones, you know, nothing too prepared or anything like that until this. He was a sand soldier. He's like, I'm not a zero, I'm just the sand soldier that,
I get it. I get it.
So respectable.
Yep. And, what we got from the hands. Just a wave. No Blitzcrank grab today. Well, he doesn't play it, so. Yeah, I mean, unfortunate for the Bros, or is it? Because I feel like we got entertained. The fans got entertained. I can't even really,
They were doing their best to entertain us.
They definitely entertained us. Unfortunately, they didn't get the win of the day, but that was a bro series, if ever we've seen one.
Yeah, it really was. You can see how happy the coaching staff is with Kingen as well. I think he's a very easy player of the match to go ahead and vote for. 11 out of 11. Not even media can stop us this time. And I mean, on the side of bro, as we have a very interesting sign there as well. Flew from Mongolia today, or yesterday, to support Nongshim. So there you go. That's real commitment. Yeah.
Yep. And rewarded with a win. It just reminded me earlier we had the Gen G fan who was getting married tomorrow. We need the Gen G.
Yeah,
fan.
yeah.
I feel like everyone's being rewarded today. The fans who, well, I mean, at least the ones who've been shown. Maybe we're not showing the ones who,
yeah, the one who leaves immediately after their team loses. Yeah.
Yeah. They're like, oh, I need a.
We don't follow them with a camera as they go out to the bus.
the fan was like, yeah, I've got an exam tomorrow.
How do you feel after bro lost?
They got an exam tomorrow. I need bro to win or I'm going to fail. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Well, but it was a hectic one. A lot of back and forth. Jiwoo with some uncharacteristic Jiwoo moments. But Kingen, I feel like, was very consistent in this game. Not as flashy as, I mean, I say that when we see that, but generally not as flashy in this game as it was in the Rumble one, but just very consistent. Fisher learning a lot about Azir as the game went on.
Yeah.
It's that final play.
Yeah, just saying, take it slow, but then also once the arrow hits, just go, go, go. Hit the turret and the game.
The defensive ult is so OP from Fisher. It's just not
straight
balanced.
into Jax.
Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, I mean, finding angles against Ezreal, Corki, Leona, it's hard.
He's done so much. He's just pumping the numbers.
Do you think we get 11 out of 11? Are we going to have the media upset today?
We should. I mean, who else are you voting for, realistically?
I was about to say Palu. I'm like, he had a good series. I don't know. Like, actually, not sarcastic.
That sounded toxic for a second.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess nobody else. Lahens for playing support elite.
Look, you got to think, like, sometimes...
No.
Yeah. I mean, it's a no-brainer, because he did big number, big damage. That's the easy one to vote for. But he's also the correct one to vote for. He's the double whammy,
It's hard to miss on this one.
It is hard to miss. And he didn't really miss. With his equalizers, with his barrels, with the vibes in general, I think.
With the decision to stay bot and take the turret and not TP to the Rift Herald fight, you remember that? Give over the feats of strength. He's like, I don't care, I'm scaling.
Yeah, he doesn't care about the feat. Did TP top to try and end with no wave, though. That was very funny.
He did do that, yeah.
He was feeling himself. He's like, I could solo this turret without any... No, I can't. Eventually realized, no.
That was a great series. We had a lot of fun. I hope you guys did as well. But we have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Deer for the translation.
오늘 경기 승리한
Thank you very much.
킹겐 선수
This is Deer for
만나보겠습니다.
the POM interview translation, joined by Kingen on the side of Nongshim Red Force,
깜짝 놀랐습니다.
who
킹겐
took down
선수. 기분이
OKC's
어떠세요,
Brion.
지금?
Congratulations, how
저번
do you
경기 패배로
feel?
사실
You know, after the
장로팀한테
loss,
민폐
last
끼치는 게
match,
아닌가 이런 좀
I
불편한
felt like we
생각도
were causing so
들었는데요.
much nuisance
오늘
to
승리로 그런 감정을
Group
떨쳐낼 수
Elder.
있어서 기분 좋은 것 같습니다.
But with today's victory, I think we were able to come back and overcome those feelings. And you got such a high damage Rumble play in Game 1 and Game Plank after that as well.
사실
So
좀
how are you
조건이
able
되게
to
잘 맞았던
upkeep
것
this
같아요.
output?
첫 경기, 두 경기
I think
전부
our
다
team
상대가 좀
synergy
뚜벅이
actually
챔피언들이 있었는데
really paid
이제
off,
럼블이랑
and I think the
갱플랭크라는
draft
챔피언 특성상 좀 그런 뚜벅이
with
챔프들한테 강점이
how
있어서
Rumble
그래서
and
분량을 좀
Game
잘
Plank
넣어왔습니다.
also
사실 갱플랭크는
does
이번
in
LCK 컵에
a
처음
draft
등장하긴 했습니다.
against
상대 픽을 보고
a lot of the
갱플랭크를
immobile
픽하신
champions that we
건가요?
had on the enemy team actually worked
사실
out
다른
really well.
챔피언이랑 좀 고민을 했었는데요.
And I actually did
갱플랭크가
consider picking other champions, but
맛보기에
for Game Plank, I think
굉장히 좀 좋은 판이다. 좀 그렇게 생각을
currently,
해서 뽑게 된 것 같습니다.
for Game 2, I felt like it was a really good pick, just based on what everything played out during the draft.
정말 독보적인 존재감을 뽐내셨습니다. 오늘
There was so much
어제 좀
presence by you in both
만장일치
games
노려봐도
1
좋을 것
and
같은데
2,
어떻게
so
생각하시는지
I
궁금하네요.
think it's fair to say that you got unanimous player of the match votes. What do
받을
you think?
만한 판이라고 생각을
그쵸?
두 번
You
다
know, yeah, I
해가지고
guess
한번
I did
기대해보도록
feel like
좋습니다.
both
이따가
games
제가 분석 데스크에서
I
한번
did
확인해
deserve
드리도록
unanimous
하겠습니다.
votes.
자,
So
그리고 1세트
we'll find
때는 또
out
리헨즈
during
선수의
the
서포트 앨리스가
the breakdown at the
등장했습니다.
space.
게임 종료
And
후에
in game
보이스를
one,
들어보니까
Elise support from
맛없다
Lihan
이런
made an
이야기를
appearance.
하시던데 생각보다 좀
And after that game,
아쉬우셨나 봐요.
Lihan
어떤
said
반응이셨나요?
Elise tastes terrible, so perhaps he was more disappointed than expected. What did you think? You know, during the game, I thought he was really good. So when I heard, yeah, it tastes terrible, I was like, oh, I don't think it was that bad.
별의별 이상한 점을 다 해가지고.
But to be honest, Lihan's, besides from Elise, he does pick a lot of these weird champions. And I think Elise is really, it counts as one of his normal picks, honestly. So do you like these kind of strange picks from him? Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that it's really fun to watch.
재미있는 게 굉장히 크고
And also play from his
나만
perspective.
데이터가 있는 챔피언을 해서 상대방의
And having the
플레이를 좀 해줄 수
champion
있는
that only you
그런
have the
상황도
data
많이
for
연출이 되다 보니까 굉장히 좋은 것
is
같아요.
also something that really plays out well.
그리고 농심을 합류하게 된 계기가 지우 리엔즈 선수 때문이다
And you
이런
said
인터뷰로 봤습니다.
that you joined Nongshim because of Jiu and Lihan's in an interview. So now that you got to play as a
예상한
team,
만큼
what do you
당연히
have to say?
좋고요. 일단
Yeah,
지우
it's just
선수
as
같은
great as
경우에는
expected.
한타 때
And
좀
as for
최적의
Jiu,
딜을 할 수 있는 상황을 스스로 좀 잘 만들어
in
낸다고 생각을
team
했는데
fights, he
그
always
부분 굉장히
tries to come
잘해주고
up
있는 것
with
같고
contributions
지우
to
형은
how
근데
to maximize
제
his
생각보다 훨씬 더
damage
좋은 것
output.
같아요.
So
좀 팀적으로
I think Lihan's
긍정적인
also
영향을 굉장히 많이
does a lot
준다고
of
생각을
positive
해서
things
제
during team fights
기대보다
as
더
well.
좋게 되고 있는 것 같습니다.
대기실 가면 칭찬
So
많이
I think
받으실 것
it's
같은데요.
been a lot better than what I had expected.
알겠습니다. 이렇게 해서 이제 농심의 첫 승과 동시에 장르
And with
그룹에게
Nongshim's
다섯 번째
first
승리가
victory, you
정리됐습니다.
secured
현재
Group
지금
Elder's
5대 1인
fifth victory.
상황인데요. 어떻게 생각하세요?
And the current score is 5-1. What do you
좀
think?
역전이 힘들지 않나 그렇게 생각을 하고
You know, now I'm just thinking that it's really
여유롭게
going to be hard
가도
for
장르팀이 이기지 않을까
them to come back.
생각을 하고 있습니다.
그런가요?
So I think
그러면
we
이번
can
주말에
honestly
경기를
start
펼칠
playing
나머지
easy.
4개의
It'll
장르
be good.
팀원들에게 한 말씀 해주시죠.
And anything you'd like to say to Group
다음
Elder
주도
teams for the weekend matches?
이번 주처럼 정말 다 이겼으면 좋겠습니다. 장로팀 화이팅!
Now I want us to go ahead and keep on winning.
선수와 인터뷰
Group
나눠봤습니다.
Elder
감사합니다.
fighting. And
축하드립니다.
that's the end of the interview with Kingen and back to the
분석
space.
데스크
Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear. As Nongshim Red Force take down OK Man Brion 2-0, and as was stated in the interview, it is a dominant start here for Group Elder. Welcome back to space for the final time, Tigon, alongside Wolf and Wajid, and yet again another messy fight, but more importantly, a huge performance here from Kingen.
Yeah, definitely. Kingen made the difference between those two teams. For me, it was kind of dizzy and messy games. Definitely, didn't really kind of enjoy it enough to watch the game. But I think I'm just being honest. You know, I'm toxic Korean, so.
Yeah, it was definitely like if you look at the scoreline, you're like, wow, 2-0 dominant win for Nongshim. It might be what you initially think, but it was actually much more back and forth, much messier than that scoreline would actually tell you.
Yeah, definitely. What did you make of this performance by Kingen?
So, I mean, he was the main carry, obviously, popped off on Rumble and was a big reason why they won Game 1. And I feel like in both games, kind of hard carried his team, kicking and screaming across the finish line, especially in that second game where Fisher was having some weird ults, she was missing every arrow, and Kingen's like, I guess I could do everything by myself. I will actually do it.
I mean, that goes same for me as well. Like, everyone has made some silly mistakes, but I think Kingen is the only one who didn't make any crazy mistakes, and that's the huge difference between those two teams. And I think Kingen was definitely a king today.
Yeah, definitely played great and didn't see too many mistakes. You know what else we haven't seen a lot of? I guess we have a couple more quotes here first.
Solid.
King of Damage, Ox. Ox is straightforward, straight to the point. That's why his name only has 3 letters there. Straight to the point. With a top laner like this, I would play supportive.
All right, this meme is getting dragged across the finish line too, I suppose.
I like that one.
All right, nice. Okay. He really did, though. I mean, Cloud Top Boy, I think, is putting it very politely. Prince. Yeah, he's making a hot Friday night for everybody.
Plus, when you get to play this match, they're done for the rest of the week. They get to go ahead and relax for a bit, especially with the lead that they have. So, like I was saying earlier, not a lot of mistakes from Kingen. You know what else we haven't seen? Otacon, ruinous Otacon. 0 so far in week 1. Teams just don't fight enough to ever see it, so we've just been seeing the voracious kind.
Yeah, it's sub 14 minutes where that gets decided, so me and you, D-Gon, we were hoping that maybe we'd have some craziness, but it's the LCK after all. I guess we were a little off on this one. I think we're pretty doomed.
Yeah, not so great. Here's the draft here from game number 2. What stuck out at you for this one, Wadid?
I mean, for me, nowadays it's really simple to think about the draft. You just need a better setup and better supports, as I mentioned. You need the front lane and you need some kind of front line. But I feel like, again, Brion side is a little bit hard to set up what you want to do in the team fight. And when you think about the vision setup, you really need to play on your pressure really well. But I think they didn't pull it off.
No, but in our first replay, they weren't really fighting around any vision points that were too scary. It was just in the mid lane.
I mean, this is the point. You know, you have the Maokai coming in from the side and Ashe just hitting the front line. Looks way easier, but I think at this point, they had the point. Brion, they could actually win the fight, but they were missing out some skills here.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot misses, and it's super textbook what Nongshim tried to do. They're like, oh, okay, you're trying to push our turret. It's going low. We have the Maokai set up to try to chase you down and catch you. A little bit of an awkward start to the fight, but bro, it felt like every time they got one step forward, they took 2 steps back in this game. And this is one of those examples of the fights where couldn't actually clean things up there, take the turret like they planned.
Yeah, they were consistently within about 1,000 to 2,000 gold until 24 minutes and pushed it all the way to an Elder Dragon fight, which you see here at 31. And it started okay, but it ended up being a little crazy at the end.
I mean, it's again, I think nowadays people are more thinking about stacking up the CC, you know? I think back in the day, if you need engage tool, you just pick one champion that you can engage. But nowadays, a lot of teams are picking many CCs, many engage tools, so you can make the game easier, you know?
The cool thing about this for Nongshim at this stage of the late game, we talked about how their scaling is so incredibly strong in this game, but they really have 3 carry threats. So even though Gio gets taken out here early, you have that massive damage coming through from Kingen on the flank. His barrage was massive. And then watch how much Fisher could do here just on the edge. Has a fantastic ult here as well to deny Morgan's engage. He had a few whiffs, he had a few messy ones, but this one was actually well predicted, the timing of which Morgan was going to go in. If Morgan waits there, it would have looked a little bit silly, but he actually predicted it incredibly well and does so much damage to help clean up. There's just too many carry threats. You mentioned the CC, they put everything on the Ashe, but there were 2 other carry threats that they couldn't deal with.
Yeah, they snowballed really well. They already had the Ocean Drake Soul as well, and they didn't look for the Elder at the end. Kingen TP'd into the enemy base, and thinking about the rotation as well. Everything looked really perfect for them.
Yeah, great job by the squad of Nongshim to bounce back after the loss earlier in the week to get themselves on the scoreboard. As we take a look at said scoreboard, 5-1. Remember, the winning group, the top 3 from the winning group go straight to playoffs. The bottom 2 are the higher seed and play-in. So being on the winning side is helpful. And if you're one of those top teams, your lower teams getting those wins in your group helps so much.
It's also really rough for Bro because the bottom team doesn't get a chance in the losing group, and they are currently at the bottom of the standings after the 0-2 loss. So feels doubly bad for them in this situation.
Yeah, and speaking of the Bros here, their next games are against those top teams on the other side of the bracket in KT, D+, and Gen G. It's, never say never until, until it's over, but it's never brover until you're not breathing.
Oh, you're breathing, yeah.
That's right. We're still breathing. You know who's breathing? The DN Freaks. They are the only team with the victory on the side of Group Baron. They take on D+ Kia, and then T1 make their return up against DRX, looking for a win here. What are you excited about from that series, Wadid?
For me, my predictions are doomed for now, so I don't want to think about it that much. But anyways, I feel like both sides are pretty much doable. I think both sides can have the chance to win against each other, so I think it's going to be a really interesting match.
All right, well, we'll see how it all shakes up tomorrow. On behalf of everyone here on the LCK, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you on Saturday for more LCK Cup action.
stars.